lab leak possibility and pursue appropriate policy reforms. Gain-of-function technologies of the kind that emerged only in the last 10 to 15 years, where the deadliest viruses can conceivably be fused with the most infectious ones, appear to pose a species-level risk to human life. It has been commonly said for 75 years that nuclear weapons could destroy the world or humanity, and so they might. But that would likely require many decisions in at least two capitals over some sustained period of time. The gain-of-function risk is that one mistake in one place, let alone one deliberate act by some actor, is all that it takes. Once a virus of sufficient infectiousness and deadliness escapes a lab, there may be nothing humanity can do to stop it. This is the stunning tragedy of those experts who stigmatized even the notion of a lab leak. Faced with a possible dry run of the worst-case pandemic that gain-of-function science has made the world have to fear, the authorities who know the most about this threat didn't speak up. Many even sought to silence others. This has caused a paralytic effect to this day, not only on public awareness, but on the policy reforms that we need to protect ourselves from lab risks in the future. Overcoming this handicap is a major obligation for lawmakers and policymakers going forward. As for trying still to confirm COVID's origin, I'd quickly note 3 points. First, the immediate declassification test. Congress recently passed a law requiring the Biden administration to declassify intelligence on COVID's origin within 90 days. This is a third test for the IC and the rest of the interagency after failures to disclose in 2020 and 2021. There's no doubt that the administration has far more information than has been released publicly. Second, the sick researchers still stand alone. The sick Wuhan lab researchers identified in the January 2021 fact sheet remain the best lead into who or what was patient zero. No animal anywhere has been identified as a comparably likely source of the outbreak. The Biden administration, like the Trump administration before it, has more information about the sick researchers than has been released. Third and finally, what changed the Department of Energy's mind? The most significant fresh piece of intelligence we know about post-2020 is whatever reportedly motivated the Energy Department's recent change of assessment. Maximizing the release of this information would clearly shed additional light on the COVID mystery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veith. I now recognize Dr. Lowenthal to give an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman Winstrup, Ranking Member Ruiz, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to discuss intelligence and the origins of the COVID pandemic. I have spent most of my adult life as an intelligence analyst or as a manager of intelligence analysts. I have also taught analytical skills to hundreds of new analysts. To be a good intelligence analyst, you have to have the ability to deal with ambiguity. Very often, analysts are asked to address issues for which there may not be a final definitive answer. Analysts live in a world where there may be several possibilities, each of which has its own degree of certainty and uncertainty. This can be very frustrating to policymakers who want an answer. Given the available intelligence and our own expertise, a specific answer cannot always be determined. This seems to be the case at this point in terms of the origin of the coronavirus in China. There has not been sufficient intelligence to date to make a firm judgment as to whether the virus occurred naturally or was the result of activity in a lab, whether witting or accidental. The ODNI's October 2021 declassified assessment on COVID-19 origins, which you both cited, reflects this uncertainty. 4 intelligence agencies assess that the virus originated naturally with low confidence. 1 intelligence agency believes the virus originated in a lab with moderate confidence. 3 intelligence agencies are unable to make a determination either way. Again, this can be frustrating to policymakers, but that is the nature of intelligence. One of the points that I stress to new analysts is that you want your reader, the policymaker, to understand and appreciate your uncertainty as well as your certainty, because they will be making decisions based on your analysis, and you do not want to portray a confidence and a certainty that misrepresents your intelligence. Absent greater cooperation and transparency from China, which seems highly unlikely, we may never resolve this issue with certainty. It is important that we look back at the intelligence and policy experience from the pandemic and ask ourselves, what can we do better next time? I have a few recommendations. We should consider creating a national intelligence officer for health issues who, with his or her office, would serve as the focal point for U.S. intelligence collection and analysis, not only on health issues that threaten the United States, but also looking at health issues worldwide that can be destabilizing regionally. The intelligence community likely needs to hire analysts with backgrounds in medicine, epidemiology, and other areas. There is a section of the Centers for Disease Control that has TSSCI cleared analysts, but I think the larger intelligence community needs more in-house expertise in these issues. Finally, it is important to avoid politicizing intelligence efforts on issues like the COVID pandemic. The intelligence community prides itself on being nonpartisan and objective, and I believe we meet these standards on a high, consistent basis. Intelligence may sometimes be discomforting, but that does not mean that it may run counter to preferred policy preferences, but that does not mean that it is partisan or subjective. It becomes increasingly difficult for intelligence officers to do their best work when they are put under constant partisan pressure or when they are consistently accused of being partisan. Some people refer to the role of the intelligence community as telling truth to power. I find that phrase objectionable, as it is arrogant, and more to the point, we do not have truth in many cases, but well-sourced, well-thought-out analytic conclusions. These will sometimes run counter to the preferred views or outcomes of policymakers. That does not mean the intelligence has been politicized. It means that intelligence is being honest when talking to power. That is a great responsibility, and the intelligence community takes it very seriously. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you all very much. I now recognize myself for a series of questions. If you have had the chance to follow the initial workings of this subcommittee to date, you would know that the drive of this committee is to perform an after-action review, have lessons learned, create a path forward for any future pandemic so that we may be able to predict, prepare for, protect ourselves, and hopefully prevent any future pandemic. This, I believe, would be consistent with the suggestion made by Dr. Lowenthal. Hopefully, we may produce a product that will allow us to certainly be better next time out of this committee. It's a fair question why decisions may have been made. Were they based on data, hypothesis? Were there motives to the decisions, such as personal gain or political gain? All fair questions. Dr. Lowenthal recommended having a National Intelligence Officer for Health. In many ways, I believe we have this with the National Center for Medical Intelligence, but we may need to expand their role. It was also suggested that the intelligence community hire experts with backgrounds in medicine and epidemiology and other specialties. And I agree with that. And that's why I've been requesting from OD&I information concerning those experts that they have consulted during the review of the origins question. I'm interested in knowing which actual specialists weighed in for each component of the IC. If one agency has 20 virologists and another has none, that can make a huge difference in an analyst's outcomes. So I'm curious as to why so many agencies have different opinions on this. The expertise of those that have contributed to each agency matters and makes a difference. For this committee, I have stated that honesty is non-negotiable. That requires truth. And I understand that 100% certainty in an analysis is difficult to come by. But what can be truthful is the level of confidence in an analytic summary. Unfortunately, during my time on the Intelligence Committee, I've seen cases of what seems to be political partisanship. I've seen a situation where analysts came forward as whistleblowers, charging that their analyses were changed or ignored for political purposes. In other words, their analysis stated that things were going badly, and yet after going up the chain, a politician stated that everything was going well. Mr. Ratcliffe, as OD&I, did you ever feel that information was being withheld from you or altered in any way, or did you have that concern?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that fortunately that did not happen very often, but it did happen on occasion, and I didn't just feel it. As I referenced in my opening remarks, the analytic ombudsman referenced the fact that there were times when intelligence was suppressed.
So why and what kind of information was that, if you can share it?
Well, as it's already been publicly available, the ombudsman made specific reference to intelligence on China.
So did this, in your opinion, hamstring your ability to conduct your job?
I think it made it more difficult, but through persistence and some of the things that Mr. Fife talked about, we were able to, in looking at the intelligence, particularly as it related to COVID origins, to still get to a point where we could protect sources and methods, and yet make some of that intelligence available by declassifying it. And he referenced the process whereby we did that through a State Department fact sheet.
One of the aspects of this investigation that is most important is learning who the IC consulted with during the review. As I said, we want to know what kinds of experts each component worked with. I'm going to ask each of you, to each witness, do you think this question is an important one when it comes to origins of COVID?
I'll begin just by saying it is, because sometimes, in this case particularly, when we're talking about COVID-19, our analytic judgments are framed in part by science. And so who the scientists are and how they're motivated certainly is important.
Yes, sir, I'd agree, and just add the element that conflicts of interest in general and with respect to the enormous amount of scientific exchange with China are especially important, as China is central to our national security analytical work going forward.
Doctor?
I think it's fair to ask the Intelligence Committee who they consulted with, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Fife, you were heavily involved in this investigation from the side of the State Department. While you were gathering information, did you struggle to find experts that did not have conflicts of interest?
In short, yes, and that problem became clearer in retrospect also.
And do you believe these same conflicted scientists may be briefing the IC today?
I can't speculate about today, but based on the experience a few years ago, yes.
Thank you. Quickly to Director Ratcliffe and Dr. Lowenthal, in your opinion, is it acceptable or practical to avoid or ignore the truth from Congress if trying not to divulge or to shield a covert operation?
I don't think it's ever appropriate to ignore the truth. I think from the intelligence community standpoint, there's an ability to protect sources and methods, but still meet our obligations to keep members of Congress informed through its proper oversight role.
Doctor?
There is a provision of law that requires that Congress be fully and currently informed of all current and significant anticipated activities. I'm probably the only person in this room who was in the Senate chamber when the Senate Intelligence Committee was created. So I am an advocate for congressional oversight, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have read that statute myself, but I've had to bring it up and still get fought a few times in the Intelligence Committee. And so the next question for the two of you, is it important for the IC to try to know all they can about the weapon systems of our adversaries, including biological weapons?
Absolutely, and in the case of China, the intelligence community has publicly addressed China as our top national security threat from a nation-state perspective. So particularly, that's important with respect to the country of China.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this has always been a high priority for U.S. intelligence since the committee was created in 1947.
Thank you. Should a virus that killed more than 1 million Americans be an intelligence priority for the IC and specifically the CIA and DIA?
Absolutely.
Doctor?
That depends on the policymakers. We don't make our priorities. The President, the National Security Council determine the priorities for the intelligence community. So if they determine it's a priority, then yes, it is. If they decide there are higher priorities, then no, it isn't. But this is not a call for the intelligence community. This is something that's not understood. We don't set our priorities. We are there to respond to the policymakers. I helped create the current priority system, and it's one where we derive from the President and his National Security Council, where are the areas you want the most emphasis, knowing that inevitably there are going to be areas where we spend less attention because we have finite resources.
Well, that's a fair assessment. I would have to say as a policymaker that I think it should be a very high intelligence priority. But well taken. Finally, Director Ratcliffe, we sent a request letter to Director Haynes on February 13 to date We have yet to receive any documents from ODNI. Understanding all the appropriate restrictions on classified material, as a former director, do you believe it's important for ODNI to fully cooperate with our investigation and produce the requested documents?
Yes.
I would now like to yield to Ranking Member Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, understanding how COVID-19 came to be is critical to America's public health. I want to point out and make clear that we wouldn't even be having this hearing in the first place if it wasn't for President Biden taking early and decisive action in May 2021 to investigate whether the novel coronavirus originated in a lab or nature. President Biden directed the intelligence community to conduct this review to, quote, do everything we can to trace the roots of this outbreak that has caused so much pain and death around the world so that we can take every necessary precaution to prevent it from happening again. In fact, the very intelligence that Democrats and Republicans voted to declassify last month was collected because of President Biden's directive for the intelligence community to use every tool at its disposal to investigate COVID-19's origins. Dr. Lowenthal, can I get a quick yes or no? Was President Biden's directive a critical step in advancing our understanding of the pandemic's origins?
Yes.
I agree. And thanks to this action, we're making progress every day in advancing our understanding of the pandemic's origins, despite continued obstruction from the Chinese Communist Party. And while we know more now than we ever did before, the fact of the matter is that the intelligence community's assessment remains inconclusive on whether the virus emerged from either human contact with an animal or from a laboratory accident. Various elements of the intelligence community have made different assessments, all but one of which were made with low confidence, meaning without certainty. Dr. Lowenthal, you have explained that the function of intelligence is to reduce uncertainty. When intelligence on a particular issue is divided between two conclusions, what is the best course of action for policymakers? Should we prepare in the event of both scenarios?
Probably, but policymakers can make their own decisions regardless of the intelligence you give them. We are not speaking ex cathedra. We're giving their best intelligence, and then they are making decisions. But if you had two strong possibilities, and I were a policymaker, which I've only done once or twice in my career, I would say, yes, you should try to protect against both of them.
I agree with this too. And this is exactly the approach that President Biden and Democrats have taken, an approach that puts people over politics. While our intelligence community continues to collect and analyze information that will bring us closer to a definitive conclusion, we have worked to prevent and better prepare for the next deadly pandemic so that we can keep the American people safe, no matter if this threat originates from an animal or a lab. In fact, last Congress, Democrats included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 significant reforms to address pandemic preparedness. This includes provisions to enhance safety standards for biomedical research involving pathogens of pandemic potential and to recruit more public health workers with epidemiological backgrounds. It also includes reforms to prevent undue foreign influence in our nation's biomedical research, such as the requirement that participation in foreign talent programs be disclosed to receive NIH grants, and a provision directing the Secretary of Health and Human Services and national security officials to identify and develop strategies that address threats to sensitive biomedical research. There's a whole host of other common sense reforms that we passed last Congress as part of this package that are outlined on this fact sheet. Mr. Chairman, permission to enter it into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And you know, I find it interesting that despite how much my colleagues on the other side of this dais have focused their efforts to push a lab leak narrative, they voted against these reforms that help prevent lab leaks in the future. I also want to point out the good work the administration is doing by partnering with our allies to press for strong international standards for biosafety and security as part of its national security strategy. And while these are all good steps forward, I do think that there's more we should do and can do. Dr. Lowenthal, what additional steps should we be taking from an intelligence and policy perspective to build on this work and to better prepare us for future pandemics?
Well, I outlined those in my opening statement, Mr. Ruiz, but one of the things you have to remember about the intelligence community is we are a volunteer organization. I cannot draft doctors any more than the military can draft individuals. And so when we go out looking for people, looking for experts, We have to hope they want to come work for us. But we obviously have gaps. The National Military Intelligence Center is there, but they are mostly been devoted to supporting the defense establishment, which is fine. I'm suggesting we need a broader expertise than that. But you have to remember, we can only recruit the people who come to the recruiting table. This is one of the great frustrations of my life in my last 3 years at CIA. But we have to look at our expertise across the community, and we have a system for doing that, and ask ourselves, where are the gaps, and then how do I go hire the people to fill in those gaps?
Dr. Lowenthal, I received my medical doctorate at Harvard Medical School. I received my master's in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School. And I realized that when I was at the Kennedy School, the CIA was there recruiting students to join their firm. Yet there was no recruitment happening in the public health school, which I later received a master's in public health from Harvard School of Public Health, or from the Harvard Medical School. So perhaps one of the suggestions would be to entertain the career options for public health and physicians and medical scientists to join the intelligence communities in doing their research as well.
I think that would be a good idea. There were also no CIA recruiters, and I got my degree from the Harvard History Department. We tend to, we have to rethink how we recruit. So going to medical schools, public health policy schools would be a very good idea.
Thank you. I yield back.
Now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Comer from Kentucky, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here today. As I've said from the beginning, discovering the origins of COVID-19 is vital to both the public health and national security of the United States. Former CDC Director Redfield testified last month that this is not simply a scientific question, but also one of intelligence. And I agree with that. And we need to ensure the intelligence is accurate and truthful. On March 17th, 2020, one of the most influential papers of all time was published in the scientific journal Nature Medicine, entitled The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. It was prompted by Dr. Fauci and written to suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This paper stated that no type of lab-based scenario is possible. Director Ratliff, is that factual?
It is not.
Mr. Feith, to you, is that statement factual?
Based on my understanding, no.
10 days later, on March 26th, the State Department produced a memo that stated U.S. scientists assessed the virus emerged naturally. It continued to say a lab leak was improbable and not supported by the available evidence. Director Ratliff, are those statements factual?
They are not.
Mr. Feith, to you, are those statements factual?
No, they were at best overstated.
Mr. Feith, you were involved in the briefing that produced that memo?
I was a recipient of the briefing that the memo is an account of.
So while serving at the State Department investigating the origins of COVID-19, were you ever briefed by an author of the proximal origin paper?
Yes, sir.
During the preparation of that memo, which I referenced above, do you believe the unnamed scientist had apparent conflicts of interest?
In short, yes, especially based on what we know since then about them.
Were the authors, were they the ones that were briefing the intelligence community, the authors of that?
So that document is a write-up of a so-called analytic exchange that had been hosted by the State Department's Intelligence and Research Bureau that day or the day before, including a number of U.S. scientists who were briefing a range of policymakers from across the interagency.
So that the authors were on the conference call with Dr. Fauci on February 1st, 2020, where they almost universally said COVID-19 may have come from a lab.
That actually I'm not sure of, and there's a little bit of a difficulty in identifying exactly who was part of that State Department briefing just because of the rules that we were subject to.
Okay. Director Ratliff, once you became director, did Dr. Fauci relay any of these concerns to you
He
that
didn't,
may have come from a lab?
he did not.
And why do you think he did not?
Well, that would, I would obviously have to speculate, but I would point you to Dr. Fauci being perhaps the best person to answer that. And there is publicly available under information that has been obtained through open sources and freedom of information, where Dr. Fauci and other virologists and scientists talk about the fact that it would bring unwanted attention to funding sources. And the research that was taking place using funding sources, domestic funding sources from the United States, and the relationship of certain Western scientists with scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where unsafe coronavirus research was taking place in labs that did not have appropriate biosafety levels and precautions, as had been reported.
Oh, this is so bad. It just gets worse every day. These scientists flipped 180 degrees with no new evidence, produced a paper not based on facts, and then may have used that paper to brief the intelligence community and suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This is a how-to manual in orchestrating a cover-up by using some of the most powerful and influential institutions in our country. If you ask me, this was set in motion by Dr. Fauci to hide U.S. funding of gain-of-function research and dodge accountability for a virus that has killed more than 1 million Americans. This must be investigated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Winstrup, and my thanks also to Ranking Member Ruiz and all others who collaborated to make sure that we could have this hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses for their participation. Mr. Radcliffe, welcome back. Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored in many ways that the Chinese Communist Party's growing influence is absolutely contrary to America's interests and to America's values. If we as a Congress fail to meet this moment, I fear that we will undermine for some time to come our ability to respond to the next public health crisis and to protect American interests both at home and abroad. We've got a long road ahead of us. However, in the last 2 years, congressional Democrats, as the majority party during that time, working with President Biden, did lay the groundwork to make sure that we take decisive action necessary to safeguard and to advance our health, our geopolitical, and our economic interest. In October of last year, the Biden administration announced its national security strategy, which includes, as most of us know, a 3-part plan focused on outcompeting China. And Mr. Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that that national strategy be entered into today's record.
Without objection.
The first step of the plan was to invest in strengthening American competition. President Biden delivered on that, rolling out initiatives guided by the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act to strengthen American manufacturing and American supply chains, all, mind you, while solidifying America's technological leadership on the global stage. The State Department also launched, as we know, the China House Initiative, which brings together China experts from throughout the State Department and security officials to help the administration responsibly manage competition between the U.S. and China. The second step of the plan was to work with America's allies with common purpose and with a common sense. President Biden delivered, convening, as we know, the leaders of Egypt, Cambodia, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, the EU, Italy, the UK, Mexico, and Canada, to emphasize that combating China's global influence must be a team effort, to which, by the way, they all concurred. The third and final part of the plan was to put resources to defending America's interests abroad. The president delivered, including in his fiscal 2024 budget proposal to the Congress, comprehensive investments in the Indo-Pacific region's critical infrastructure, as well as investments focusing on shoring up American defenses in that region. Dr. Lowenthal, you're by all counts an expert in intelligence matters and have a robust understanding of China's influence in the global order. I appreciate the recommendation in your written testimony advocating for a national intelligence officer. I appreciate the chair's comments that if in fact there is a similar position in place, that we ought to look at expanding that role. Can you tell this committee, sir, and the American people what you think is the most important tactic that this Congress can use to counter the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, I think it's, excuse me, Mr. Mafuni, I'm recovering from a cold. I don't have COVID, I promise you. It's less a tactic than a strategy. We need a strategy for dealing with China. And it's a difficult issue because we are entangled with them economically. They are a competitor. They are a rival. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily an enemy. But we have to figure out how do we outcompete them without resulting in overt hostility. And you have to also remember that anything that we do is going to have a reaction from the Chinese. So when President Biden tries to control the chip industry, for example, so that we're not supplying a rival with the technology that they need, which makes good sense to me. We did the same thing to the Soviet Union during the Cold War very successfully. The Chinese interpret that as an act of hostility, which if we were all sitting in Beijing, we'd probably agree with. It's important, certainly as an intelligence analyst, to understand how the other side is going to react. But I think we need a strategy. And I think we have elements of that strategy. I think the AU, the United States, British, Australian alliance is part of that strategy. I think that's being successful. I think our relationship with India is part of that, is successful. But this is also, we have to be prepared, just as we were during the Cold War. This is a long struggle. This is not going to wrap up in this administration or the next administration. This is a long-term struggle. But I think if you look at it objectively, would you rather be China or the United States? I'd still rather be the United States.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Mr.
Lowenthal, Dr. Lowenthal,
Yeah.
my time has expired. Mr. Chairman, there's much to be done, obviously. I just want to invite colleagues on both sides of the aisle here and in the larger body to work together in a thoughtful manner to develop national security solutions based on putting the American people first. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Malitakis from New York for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses who are here today. What is equally as important as the CCP's actions to cover up and conceal the origins of COVID is understanding what role our government may have played in the origins of this virus and to what level, if any, that the health officials and members of our media attempted to conceal or hide the truths from the American people. The questions surrounding American tax dollars being used to potentially fund the origins of this virus and attempts to suppress them, that is what I'm here to focus on today. In November of 2021, Dr. Fauci told Senator Rand Paul under oath that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab, despite having been explicitly told in an email in January of 2021 that NIH had a monetary relationship with the Wuhan Institute through the EcoHealth Alliance. During the committee's initial origins hearing in March, I asked former CDC Director Dr. Redfield whether the NIH was funding or had funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute, and he told me, direct quote, "No doubt," unquote, NIH was funding this research in Wuhan, refuting Dr. Fauci's claims. I'll start with you, Mr. Ratcliffe. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield?
I do.
Given what we know now, if you were in Dr. Fauci's position, would you have denied that the NIH's role in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab?
No.
Do you think that Dr. Fauci lied under oath?
I think that some of Dr. Fauci's testimony is inconsistent with some of the intelligence that we have that remains classified, as well as inconsistent with some information that is publicly available.
Do you think that President Biden should declassify all information related to COVID origins, every single document as was requested and passed by the legislature?
Well, with the caveat that we always have to be careful about protecting our sources and methods, particularly those sources and methods as it relates to what the intelligence community uniformly agrees is our number one threat from a nation state actor standpoint. But with that caveat, providing as much information about our intelligence as possible while preserving those sources and methods should absolutely take place
Thank you.
as soon as possible.
Mr. Feith, do you agree with Dr. Redfield's original testimony that this funding, which very well likely played a role in the virus, came from let me back up and fill you guys in. So even more troubling, at the time, when my time was expiring at the last hearing, Dr. Redfield testified that not only did American tax dollars fund gain-of-function research through the NIH, but also from that the Wuhan lab received money from State Department, USAID, and the Department of Defense. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield's testimony that this funding, which very likely played a role in the virus, came from these government agencies?
My understanding is consistent with what you've read back in terms of the many funding sources that ran, from Washington to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and certainly if the COVID origin is indeed a lab leak from there, it was from bat coronavirus research programs, some of which were funded by the United States government.
Okay, because we had previously heard about the NIH funding, but up until that hearing, I had not heard that it was potentially the State Department, USAID, and the Department of Defense that had also funded Wuhan lab activities. So the US government determined that the Wuhan lab collaborated on publications and special projects, top secret projects, with the CCP military since at least 2017. Knowing this, for what purpose would US Department of Defense funding be provided to the Wuhan lab?
Well, I think for a full answer, I defer to folks from DOD and from the DOD, biodefense, relevant components, but in principle, the kind of broad theme of the funding, as I always understood it, across different parts of our government, NIH and USAID and state and otherwise, was based on a certain theory of pandemic prevention by scooping up these viruses, playing with them in the lab, and then trying to design vaccines and therapies. But there were always warnings that this was extremely dangerous work, and that the work courted exactly the kind of danger that appears to have happened in Wuhan. And from our perspective, at the parts of the State Department that don't specialize in this, part of what was most troubling is that when COVID broke out in Wuhan, practically on the doorsteps of that lab, we did not have folks from other parts of the government raising their hand to educate the non-experts across the government in how plausible this was and how it needed to be taken seriously. In fact, the folks from the other parts of the government that work these issues generally were deflecting attention, and that cost us a lot of time and understanding that was really damaging.
All right, well, I've run out of time. And Mr. Ratcliffe, you have anything to add to that? Because I saw you nodding your head. If not, I'll defer back to the chairman. Thank you.
Now recognize Dr. Barra from California for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot happened in the last 3 years. 1 million Americans died. We can go back and relitigate the past. I can go back and look at the prior administration that we set up an Office of Pandemic Preparedness that was there solely to advise the NSC. That was disbanded. That was a mistake. We raised alarms at that time. We raised preparations. I held the first hearing on the novel coronavirus at that time in February of 2020. We pushed the Trump administration to do everything they could to get our scientists to the hot zone, et cetera. So I can very well argue the lab leak theory because, China did not cooperate. They did not let folks get in there, et cetera. I can also make a case for why initially folks thought it jumped from an animal to a human. At this point, I think, as Dr. Lowenthal said, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer because I don't think China will ever let us get to the hot zone, will ever let us interview folks. I don't even think those scientists probably are around. I don't think the data that we would have to look at is there. So I think we have to take both theories seriously. I think the intelligence community should continue to try to get an answer with high confidence. But Mr. Feith, as you accurately pointed out, any bad actor out there in the world just saw what a virus did to the entire planet. What keeps me awake at night are these bio threats, are the fact that a lot of this equipment is readily available. I think it's legitimate for this committee to discuss and educate ourselves on gain of function research. There is a legitimate reason to do this, to help us develop counter tools, et cetera, but we should debate what kind of labs should do this. What are lab standards, et cetera? How do you make sure labs like Wuhan, which clearly did not have the precautions in place, are not doing research that might potentially allow something like that? Those are all legitimate areas, Mr. Chairman, that we should be thinking about policy on. We should be putting protocols in place, et cetera. We should be working with the IC to assess these threats. Mr. Feith, let me ask you a question. We have to work with the international community. There's a reason why the United States government partners with labs around the world, because we do want to have these early warning systems. We do want to go to where these novel viruses are emerging, whether man-made or naturally jumping from animals to humans, because we'd rather discover it over there. We'd rather have early warning systems abroad. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think broadly, biosurveillance is extremely important. As you've said, I think that there are, though, especially in light of COVID, clearly very important consequential questions about how broadly that kind of pandemic preparedness work should apply in terms of creating in laboratory environments certain viruses of a sufficient lethality and infectiousness that might be completely unlikely ever to emerge in nature. But having created them in a lab, we've delivered the world a risk that wouldn't have otherwise existed except with an infinitesimally small unlikelihood.
So I think that's accurate. Should we be doing that type of, we can certainly have that debate. And if that type of research is taking place, what are the exact highest safe standards that have to exist if that research is taking place? That said, there's nothing that is going to prevent bad actors in other countries and other individuals from doing this type of research. Director Ratcliffe, would you agree that we ought to be really concerned about bio threats going into the future within Congress?
Absolutely.
And what types of steps would you take? We've got to work with the international community to develop those standards. We've got to work with the international community to try to detect these risks and bad actors early on. And what are some recommendations you might have?
Well, to that point, I would agree with that, but the facts that are not in dispute here and have been acknowledged by those international organizations, including the World Health Organization, was that they were lied to initially by Chinese officials and that they were coerced into not taking certain actions that they later regretted. And so some of those world organizations, like the World Health Organizations, have corrected and have now tried to bring about China's participation. I think, from a common sense standpoint, Congressman, to this question about the origins, if China had exculpatory evidence that showed that this was of natural origins, or that there was not a lab leak, you would expect that they would share that information with international organizations, which they have not. They have not shared it with anyone.
100%. And again, China's acted irresponsibly here. They put the entire world at risk. I would not trust them as a legitimate partner at this point. That said, we would hope that at some point, if they look back at the damage that happened to their own country, that they would be forthright working with us and working with the rest of the world to get to the bottom of this and prevent the next pandemic. So I'm out of time, but again, this isn't about trusting China. It's about actually preparing and preventing the next pandemic.
I now recognize Dr. Miller Meeks from Iowa for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Dr. and Chair Winstrup. I will be signing on to the letter just as an aside, so thank you for that. And I want to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Dr. Barra, for his comments as well. Almost 2 years ago, we had a hearing, this committee had a hearing into the origins of COVID-19. Unfortunately, it was only attended by Republicans. But at the press conference following that hearing, I could tell that people were thinking of this as a partisan issue. And why it's critically important that we understand COVID-19 origins is to prevent future outbreaks and global pandemics, precisely that. And why? One is that we know that there was a lack of disclosure. We know that international health regulations require 24 hours notice. And certainly we were not notified of this until late January, even though I think the evidence points to the virus circulating in the fall of 2019. We need to know, as previously mentioned, because of biosafety laboratory research. Is there research being conducted? We understand, even in the best laboratories, there can be leaks. But Biosafety Lab 4 work was occurring in a Biosafety Lab 2. And the international community has a vested interest in both disclosure and that the proper type of research is occurring in the proper biosafety lab. And then 4, as previously mentioned again, and I think needs to be underscored, the ethics of the type of research that is being performed. This is not a Republican issue. It is not a Democrat issue. It is not a United States issue. It is an international issue, and the international health organizations have a vested interest in disclosure immediately, in biosafety lab, and in the ethics of research. And Mr. Ratcliffe, I want to thank you for testifying before the subcommittee this morning and supporting our investigation into the origins of COVID-19. When the former CDC director, Dr. Redfield, testified before this committee last month, he stated that when you look at the two departments, the FBI and the Energy Department, they have the strongest scientific footprint of any of our intelligence agencies. And I think the way they got to the answers of low probability and moderate probability is their internal scientists did the science. And there are some in the media especially who insinuate that a low probability or moderate probability means no probability. With your background and experience as the Director of National Intelligence, can you elaborate on the scientific expertise within the Department of Energy and the FBI and why their conclusions on COVID-19 origins would be noteworthy and it doesn't mean not probable?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. So from initial starting standpoint, as has been talked about, some agencies haven't made any assessment at any confidence level. When assessments are made, they can be made at a low confidence level, they can be made at a moderate confidence level, or they can be made at a high confidence level. And in this case, you referenced the moderate and low confidence levels that the FBI and the Department of Energy respectively have made. Those are based on scientific information, and none of this is political. None of this is disputed. There is currently no environmental source identified for COVID-19. There is no intermediate host that has ever been identified. There is no reservoir species that has ever been identified. And COVID-19 was never known to exist in any animal or species before the pandemic began. Those are scientific facts that are not disputed, and there's nothing political about that. That factored into the determinations that have been made. And what I talked about before about this shift taking place, the things that I just related, early on, the intelligence community was briefed by various scientists who said, those answers will come. They referenced SARS-1 and MERS outbreaks and saying, look, it may take several months, even a year, sometimes even longer to identify an intermediate host or a species. We're now at 3.5 years, and every day that passes makes it less likely that there's anything that will ever tie this to nature, whereas on the other side of the ledger, it's overwhelming when you look at China's actions and the circumstances surrounding what was going on from a biosafety standpoint at Wuhan, the massive number of coronaviruses, the massive numbers of bats carrying coronaviruses that were brought into Wuhan, all of that weighs heavily into making assessments at some confidence level that a lab leak was the origin for this pandemic.
So it sounds like that you would consider the opinions of these components to be taken seriously. And I would say that in reference to the letter from the Chinese embassy, that at minimal, the WHO now recognizing its earlier mistakes would diminish the influence of the Chinese Communist Party within the WHO. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Kuda from Hawaii for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we develop policies to better prepare us in the future, it is crucial that we do so without fanning the flames of anti-AAPI extremism that festered during the pandemic. Anti-Asian rhetoric espoused by those at the very top of the Republican Party in the pandemic's earliest days have had very real-world consequences on our AAPI community here in the United States. In an effort to deflect from his administration's botched pandemic response, President Trump looked for a scapegoat and a way to score points with his base. And in doing so, he recklessly villainized AAPI people for his political gain, making our community human shields and red herrings to distract from his inability to deal on all levels with the public health crisis, including understanding in the very earliest days the origins of COVID. For example, within a matter of days, President Trump using the phrase Chinese virus on Twitter, anti-Asian rhetoric on the platform grew exponentially, according to a study conducted by the University of California, San Francisco. And in the summer of 2020, President Trump began referring to COVID-19 as Kung Flu at campaign rallies across the country, ratcheting up vitriol among his right-wing base. This hateful rhetoric online has had deadly consequences. According to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, hate crimes targeting members of our AAPI community increased by 339% from 2020 to 2021. Words, my friend, matter. We know that the CCP did not cooperate with international efforts to understand the origins of COVID-19, but President Trump made it worse. His words help perpetuate the CCP's misinformation campaign and assign blame for the COVID-19 pandemic on Asian American communities, and in doing so further hindered our nation's ability to implement an effective, evidence-based public health response. We must recognize the consequences of our words, the impact they have on the communities we serve, and how it shapes the national conversation on issues of critical importance to our health and our security. Dr. Lowenthal, you've warned about the dangers of politicizing intelligence and national security. As we seek to engage in a thorough, fact-based analysis, what are the real-world consequences of distracting rhetoric and politicizing intelligence regarding the virus's origins?
Well, as I said, it makes it very difficult for analysts to do their work. Because if they know that what they're writing or what they're briefing is going to be questioned, not because somebody disagrees with the substance, but disagrees with why they're being told something, it makes it increasingly difficult for analysts to do good work because they are worried about the consequences. Nobody wants to be vilified, either as an ethnic group or professionally. And so that becomes a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Lowenthal. There are clearly troubling consequences, as you noted, of this rhetoric, both for the value and ability for us to do the work, as well as for our AAPI community here in the United States, as well as we've all talked about today, our intelligence community's efforts. How can we make sure we course correct what has been happening to both ensure the safety of our communities and preserve the integrity of our intelligence work as we seek to fully understand the origins of COVID?
Well, the issue of vilifying communities is beyond the scope of the intelligence community. That's not our responsibility. That's a leadership issue. That's a political leadership issue. In terms of the partisanship, I mean, you have to hope that people on both sides of the aisle recognize that analysts are not out there trying to grind an axe. They're trying to present the best intelligence they have at the time with caveats and with uncertainties, and that they're doing this not because they're being pusillanimous, but because they really don't know the answer. And I've had to deal with senior officials many times, and I know this is frustrating, that you want an answer, and sometimes we just can't give you an answer. And that creates a tension between these two communities, between the policy community and the intelligence community. But that is the reality of a lot of the issues on which we work.
Thank you, Dr. Lowenthal. It is my definite hope through discussions that we're having that we can put the harmful rhetoric aside that we have seen and focus on the work that matters, protecting our nation's public health and preparing for future public health crises. We can be tough on the CCP and their lack of transparency and cooperation with pandemic-related investigations, but we must do so without putting at risk the safety and well-being of Asian Americans and our communities. If we fail to do this, we are only strengthening the CCP's efforts to distract and to mislead, and gets us no closer to fully understanding the origins of COVID and allowing us to do the good work of preventing future crises and being able to respond to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Lesko from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over 1 million Americans died. Millions more got sick, some with long-term effects from COVID-19. It is absolutely vital that we determine what happened. What did China do? Did people within our own government cover up information because they had professional conflicts of interest or for political reasons? The ranking member says COVID-19 should not be a political issue. I agree, but with all due respect, sir, I contend that it is you that is making this a political issue. You said that the only reason we are having this hearing today is because of President Biden wanting to get to the bottom of it. With all due respect, are you kidding me? You have been in the majority, the Democrats have been in the majority for the last 2 years, and there has been no hearings on the origins of COVID while you were in the majority. My first question is for Mr. Ratcliffe. Mr. Ratcliffe, in your testimony, you wrote, "The challenges that I and other senior Trump administration officials encountered while in office include legitimate concerns about the closely held sources of our intelligence and the sensitive methods used to obtain it, as well as illegitimate roadblocks related to professional conflicts of interest and partisan politics." Can you please elaborate on the conflicts of interest you encountered?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Good to see you again. I referenced in my opening a report from the Analytic Ombudsman who found that person, by the way, is a career individual. It's not a political appointment. That person is charged with refereeing disputes about assessments. And it was based on his investigation that when it comes to the issue of China, some of our intelligence was being suppressed because there were analysts within the community that felt like that some of that intelligence may be used by the Trump administration in ways that they disagreed with. And that is clearly inappropriate under analytic judgment standards. And again, that's not my opinion, that's the independent opinion of the Analytic Ombudsman.
My next question for you, Mr. Ratcliffe, is you mentioned in your written testimony that CIA analysts on China were reluctant to bring forth the information. Do you think you ever got all of the information that they uncovered from China related to COVID-19?
Well, I think that, intelligence is such that we're constantly gaining new information, even where we have limited sources and methods. I do think that there were headwinds to get information. I endeavored to be made aware of as much as possible. And ultimately, that's what led to the process where I worked with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on the State Department fact sheet to put out the information about the coronaviruses, their similarity to what became COVID-19, researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology becoming sick, and the other information that was included in that fact sheet, so that that information would hopefully drive further declassifications of intelligence to the American people and would drive congressional hearings going forward. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened the way that we anticipated.
Thank you. Mr. Feth, in the January 2021 fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which you helped to write, It mentions WIV researchers who got sick in 2019 with COVID-like symptoms, which we've talked about. Can you tell us more about these sick researchers?
I can share the view that I think that the sick researchers are probably still today the most potentially probative part of this story that we are yet aware of. It's been suggested already that the passage of time doesn't help in finding a confirmed answer here, and that's certainly true, and that's probably true also with respect to some of what we'd want to know about these sick researchers and what tests were taken and what material and evidence would have been available from the autumn of 2019. But still, what we know is that there is additional information that the US government has that was not able to be specified at the time in the fact sheet that was released in January of 2021. But part of the hope in doing the fact sheet, as Director Ratcliffe just noted, was that it would bring interest and, frankly, pressure and help make the case for additional disclosure, including by the Biden administration once they came in, interest by those with subpoena power elsewhere in Washington, because it certainly bowled us over, frankly, to find in the autumn of 2020 that there was, after all, US government information about a cluster of illnesses in that lab, which is exactly what you would expect to happen if the origin of COVID came from a laboratory accident where a worker became ill knowingly or not, and then took the virus out into the community and had it emerge in Wuhan, a place where there's really hard to imagine any explanation for a bat coronavirus emerging for the first time on Earth unless it walked out the door of the lab.
Thank you very much for all of your testimonies, and I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. Let me be clear. The work that this subcommittee is conducting is critical to ensure that the destruction that was caused by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and our subsequent response is never again repeated. To quote from the Lancet COVID-19 Commission, identifying COVID-19 origins would provide greater clarity into not only the causes of the current pandemic, but also the vulnerabilities to future outbreaks and strategies to prevent them. Beginning with my service on the House China Task Force and throughout our investigation on this subcommittee, I have had consistent concerns with the NIH biomedical research security and how the NIH interacts with other elements of our government on research that could raise national security concerns. For this reason, last Congress, I introduced the Safe Biomedical Research Act, which did become law that required both the NIH and HHS at large to consult with the director of the Office of National Security within the Department of HHS and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, the Director of National Intelligence, the Director of the FBI, and the heads of other appropriate agencies on a regular basis regarding biomedical research conducted or supported by the NIH that may affect or be affecting other matters of national security. Director Radcliffe, since this was not law when you served, do you feel that these requirements would have been beneficial to ensure research being conducted by the NIH was being properly vetted for national security risks?
Yes.
Overall, what was your experience with the NIH, and were they cooperative during the initial outbreak on matters such as lab leak theory?
To be candid, some of the information that came from officials there was inconsistent with what later became intelligence and later became publicly known through open source intelligence. As has been discussed here, there are questions about relationships, including scientists from the NIH, and whether or not they had an interest in one theory over another, and how that would have been or should have been disclosed.
In December of 2022, then Chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Adam Schiff, released an unclassified report on the origins of COVID-19, where he wrote, at the onset, it is important to note that the first warnings of an emerging novel virus will almost always come from public health authorities and their unclassified reporting. Director Radcliffe, to your knowledge, what mechanisms and processes exist between the intelligence community and public health authorities, such as the CDC, to coordinate the aforementioned dissemination of knowledge about the identification of novel diseases, particularly in countries like China?
Well, with respect to China, particularly, it is not unusual for local officials to actually suppress intelligence from national leaders until a problem can be arrested or remediated. Sometimes lives depend on that. It's one of the interesting things about the events that took place and the fact that, as Mr. Feit testified, researchers became sick within the Wuhan Institute of Virology with symptoms that were consistent with COVID-19. There has been public reporting about intelligence that those patients, that those researchers became patients and were hospitalized. So without confirming the accuracy of that, what I would submit to you is, if that is in fact the case and those hospitalizations took place, the lab results and tests from those patients, if submitted for genetic sequencing, would be dispositive of the issue of whether or not those initial or patient zeros worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I would submit to you that in China, there are not HIPAA considerations that prevent the Chinese government from accessing that. I would submit to you that if this took place, they have the answers to that. And I would submit to you that if the answers were exculpatory in nature, that information would have been shared by the Chinese government, which it has not.
Had that information been shared early, could this have been a regional, a local endemic, as opposed to unleashing this pandemic onto the world?
Absolutely. That is just one of many factors, and unfortunately, actions that the Chinese government took or did not take. They misled. I referenced their conversations with World Health Organizations. They urged that a public health epidemic not be declared earlier. They misled international scientists about human-to-human transmissibility and what they knew about the COVID-19 virus. All of those things could have minimized and prevented the spread of this disease and surely would have saved millions of lives globally.
Had China cooperated and not suppressed actions by the World Health Organization, could this pandemic have not spread worldwide?
Yes.
Again, I thank you for appearing today, and Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I now recognize Ms. Green from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, for the record, to address something that one of our colleagues across the aisle was talking about, which was Asian hate in reference to President Trump. President Trump never spoke any language of racism or hate. He did, however, call, and many of us have called the COVID-19 virus the Wuhan flu, the China virus, because we feel it originated from China. I'd like to also state for the record that many viruses and diseases are named after the area that they come from, like the West Nile virus from West Nile, Uganda, Rocky Mountain spotted fever from the Rocky Mountains, Marburg virus from Marburg, Germany, Zika fever from the Zika forests of Uganda, Japanese encephalitis, German measles, and I could go on and on and on. We're really tired of the racism and name calling, and it needs to end. But we're really talking about the origins of COVID-19 here today, which is shocking to me because honestly, we've been talking about the origins of COVID-19 for 3.5 years. And every common sense American that I know pretty much understands where it came from. Came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and doesn't really care if the intelligence community says it did or didn't. I would like to point out that here we are. The intelligence community is able to figure out immediately who was leaking classified information in a Discord chat, but yet still doesn't want to say whether it came from the lab or didn't come from the lab. The intelligence communities seem to release or not release information based on how the information will affect the government that it seems to protect. Yet, unfortunately, so many times it doesn't release or not release the information the people that it serves and I'll remind everyone is paid for by the taxpayers of America. I would like to point out that the State Department fact sheet on January 15th, 2021 knew a lot of information about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So that means our intelligence community knew a whole lot more before that. They knew the US government believes that there were several researchers inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology became sick in the autumn of 2019 before the CCP first reported cases of COVID-19. They also knew that the CCP was preventing journalists, investigators, and global health authorities from accessing the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They also knew that starting in 2016, well before this, the Wuhan Institute of Virology was researching the bat coronavirus with the closest relationship to SARS-CoV-2, 96.2% similar. The Wuhan Institute of Virology has published record of dangerous gain of function research. And the State Department memo also said that the US government determined the Wuhan Institute of Virology collaborated on publications and secret projects with the CCP military since at least 2017. And you know what else we know? We know that Dr. Fauci in the NIH funded through grants, Eco Alliance, with the gain of function research. We know that for a fact. Our government paid for it. Our taxpayers, unfortunately, unknowingly paid for it. So we know all this to be true, and we know it was going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Mr. Lowenthal, with your dedication to being an analyst of information, why is it so hard to determine whether COVID-19 came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology or not?
Because the Chinese will not give us access to the information that we need. If they gave us the kind of access that Mr. Feith was talking about, if they gave us samples, if they gave us access to the records, and you will never be sure with the Chinese whether they're giving you the access that you want. We're never going to be able to say with a high degree of certainty. It's not. May I respond to something else that you said in your comments, Ms. Green? There is a vast, vast difference between tracking a leak on a social media site and determining the origins of this disease. And to compare the two is entirely fallacious, ma'am.
Dr. Lowenthal, you've said that you keep your intelligence claims and information nonpartisan. In 2018, Mr. Lowenthal, you were quoted in the New York Times saying that President Trump is the best president that Russia ever had. That sounds pretty political to me.
I was no longer an intelligence officer at the time, ma'am. I'm a private citizen.
Well, I think you have a difficult time keeping your political opinions out of your political analyst. Mr. Ratcliffe, you are quoted as saying, to this day, the CIA, unquestionably the world's premier spy agency with an unrivaled capacity to acquire information and near limitless resources to do so, has continued to state that it does not have enough information to make any formal assessment. To put it bluntly, this is unjustifiable and a reflection not that the agency can't make an assessment with any confidence, only that it won't. Could you elaborate, please, Mr. Ratcliffe?
Well, I've talked about the overwhelming evidence on and intelligence on one side of the ledger that supports that the lab leak is the only plausible assessment at this point in time, and that conversely, that there really at this point isn't anything that ties COVID-19 to nature. I talked about the fact that no environmental source, no intermediate host, no reservoir species, nothing has ever been published that COVID-19 existed in any animal or species before the pandemic began. We make assessments all the time in the intelligence community with a fraction of the intelligence that we have available to us here. Again, I think this is a matter of won't, not can't. And I think that, that it's unjustifiable when we're talking about 1 million Americans dead and as many as 10 or 15 million worldwide. And this contradiction that the current administration is taking through the intelligence community, and that you've heard here today, that we'll never know the answer to this unless the Chinese cooperate, is a contradiction with those that say our goal here is also to prevent a future pandemic. We'll never be able to prevent it if we don't get the answers that we need with respect to how this happened in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe. I think it's an issue of won't, not can't as well. And perhaps we need to look deeper into whether was China trying to sway possibly an election, a presidential election, or was it some type of bioweapon? I yield back. Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Dingle from Michigan for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to both you and Ranking Member Ruiz for holding this hearing, because I do think this hearing matters more than anyone does. Unfortunately, discussions, debates, and investigations in this country have become highly politicized in every arena. Okay, in the Congress, we expect it. But I hope we can minimize it on this committee, because I am worried about the next virus that's already out there. We're reading about them popping up everywhere right now, and I think we all want to be prepared. What worries me the most is what's happening in the scientific community, where it's exchanging of ideas, researched and shared data has found clues, discovered cures, reached consensus. And this arena is becoming so highly politicized between virologists and researchers, public health officials, national security experts, and, oh yes, the politicians, that I think we're in trouble. To quote the Wall Street Journal this morning, these divisions and a lack of transparency from Beijing have hobbled efforts to determine how the virus first infected humans. I hope our committee can work together to address that. So today, I want to focus on a couple things I think we can all agree on and raise a couple of other issues. First, China has not been forthcoming. I think all three witnesses would agree to that, and I think everybody on this panel would agree to that. I strongly echo my colleagues' calls from both sides of the aisle that we need greater transparency from the Chinese Communist Party regarding the Wuhan Institute of Virology, especially if we want to prevent further pandemics. And the further we get away, the more complicated it becomes. Second, here's a reality. With respect to our witnesses, I do not believe that we have certainty in either direction as to how this virus started. Lots of us have opinions. Lord knows how many papers have been written, intelligence investigations undertaken, studies abound. And as we've heard today, some are firmly in the camp that it was a lab leak. Some say it appears to be a zoonotic transmission from an animal. I've been up endless nights. I'm not a scientist, but trying to study it, talk to people. But I think here's a fact. No one definitely knows. A report by the Senate Republicans that was released yesterday on the pandemic's origins said, to quote, after 18 months of research, the team that worked on the Senate report acknowledged it was unable to definitely pinpoint the source of the pandemic, which has killed, everybody here has talked about the million Americans, but it's killed 6.9 million people worldwide. We should all be worried about this and want to stop the next one. I think there are areas of agreement. While the intelligence community has not reached a conclusion on the exact origins of the pandemic, there appears to be a scientific consensus that this specific virus does not appear to have been developed as part of biological warfare. Now, let me be really clear. This doesn't mean we don't have to worry about other forms of biological warfare. But in this instance, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declassified a statement states, quote, we judge the virus was not developed as a biological weapon. And other foreign countries and other scientists, there seems to be consensus on that. Next, some of my colleagues have pointed to the fact that the bat coronavirus, known as coronavirus RATG13, shares 96% sequence, similarly to the SARS-CoV-2, which is a virus that was responsible for COVID-19. To be clear, there is scientific consensus that well, everybody would say, oh, well, that's where it should be. That 4% difference represents decades of evolutionary distance from the virus that caused the COVID-19 pandemic. To put it in perspective, the National Human Genome Research Institute has found that fruit flies are nearly 60% genetically similar to us as humans. We're different than fruit flies. And third, while my Republican colleagues have attempted to draw conclusions based on reports of the Wuhan Institute of Virology researchers falling ill with symptoms consistent with COVID-19, the Office of Director of National Intelligence declassified assessment clearly indicates this is not diagnostic of the pandemic's origins. In fact, for the record, in November of 2019, I had 103 fever for 3 weeks. I ended up at infectious disease doctors at the University of Michigan and here, and no one knows what it was. And all the autos are located in Wuhan. But that's anecdotal. That's not a fact. We don't have facts. So, and I also want to say that, in 2018, we were getting warnings from the State Department of the lack of safety at the Wuhan airport, or at the Wuhan lab, and what were people doing? So I'm going to ask one question quickly. Dr. Lowenthal, is there any reason to doubt the validity of the intelligence community's determination on anything I just described?
No.
So I guess I'm going to have to conclude because I'm out of time. I could keep going, but I would like to submit both the declassified Office of the Director of National Intelligence Assessment and the peer review paper published by more than 20 leading virology researchers titled The Origins of the SARS-CoV-2, a critical review into the record. And I'd like to ask the chairman if he might ask his Republican colleagues on the Senate side if they would share their study for the members to read.
Without objection, and the other is public.
So I think it would be good for all of us to circulate it. With that, I want us all to work together. I take this virus very seriously. I don't want to see it again. So we're not going to solve it partisanly. We're going to solve it working together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Dr. Jackson from Texas for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. For over 2 years, many Americans, just like myself, have been demanding that an investigation into China's role in the development of this vaccine, or this virus, and their efforts to cover up the virus after the fact that it was released, leading to this global pandemic that have killed millions and destroyed billions of lives. We've been demanding that for a while. I'm glad we're doing this now. I think we're way behind the power curve on this, but I just want to start off by saying, other than the Chinese government, the entities most aggressively trying to actively spread misinformation about the origins of COVID, trying to actually create and spread what they would have you believe was scientific evidence or scientific opinion, and I'm referring in particular to things like the proximal origins document, a document that was intended to provide fodder to harass, label, threaten, cancel, destroy anyone with any other opinion, specifically an opinion that this came from a lab, from the Wuhan lab in particular, an opinion that we know now was accurate. The people that were most interested in doing just this were people like Anthony Fauci, Francis Collins, and others at NIH. It was Peter Daszak and Eco Health Alliance. It was Dr. Tedros at the WHO. And of course, it was our unbiased and purely factual cable news networks like CNN and MSNBC. Director Ratcliffe, do you know if there were any instances of the U.S. intelligence agencies, did they share information? Did they cooperate or collaborate with any of the entities that I've mentioned or the individuals that I've mentioned to either suppress or get out information that was contrary to what we're talking about today that we know to be the facts?
As I understand your question, Congressman, were any of the scientists or individuals associated with any of those groups, did they have
were there interactions with the intelligence
They did
agencies?
have interactions. I don't know the answer to all of them, but some of the individuals that I know, for instance, Dr. Peter Daszak, Dr. Farrar, Dr. Gary, I believe were all at some point in time briefing various entities or agencies within the intelligence community about about this virus.
Well, one of the things I'm wondering is like, we're looking back now and we're realizing that some of these intelligence agencies probably had enough information to make a solid determination that this most likely came from the lab in Wuhan as far back as a year or more ago. My question is, were they sharing this information with these people that were putting out contrary information, that were being propped up as the experts, that were giving us things like proximal origin, using it as evidence to completely undermine what I think the intelligence agencies knew to be the truth a long time ago? Was there an active push within and I ask that because you may have realized, after the fact, because I think you had mentioned at one point that even within the intelligence agencies, you as the director of national intelligence were being kept in the dark on some things, or not being fully briefed, or maybe not being read into everything that was going on, because people that were subordinate to you were doing things maybe for politically motivated, or they were saying that they thought that they didn't want to draw politics into it. But I think in my opinion, they were politically motivated themselves. Was there any effort on the side of the intelligence agencies to correct what was misinformation, what they knew to be misinformation at the time?
Well, I can only speak to the personal knowledge that I have, and the efforts that I engaged in was, as we found information and intelligence that was inconsistent with things that were some of the individuals that had consulted with the intelligence community had stated. We went through a process to declassify as much of that so that you would be aware. Or the State Department fact sheet that has been referenced a number of times about researchers being sick at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, coronaviruses, including the one most similar in nature to what became COVID-19, and the Chinese military's involvement. Those were all pieces of intelligence that I worked to get out publicly with Secretary of State Pompeo through a declassification process. So from my standpoint, my personal knowledge was where we became aware of inconsistencies like that. We did our best to make that information available publicly.
Thank you. I mean, I guess what I'm a little bit worried about is I'm just worried that there was a process here where the intelligence agencies were purposely not sharing information, or not coming forth with the information that they knew to be true, because they were being influeed politically by what was going on in the White House or elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think that as again, I didn't just. There were instances that were documented by the analytic ombudsman that reflect the fact that when it came specifically to China, the country of China, that some of our intelligence and our analytic judgments were impacted by partisan politics and the desire for intelligence not to be used by one party as opposed to another.
Right, and I bring this up because I think it happens in this administration for the last 2 years. It's happened in the military. I think it happens in our intelligence agencies. These are people that we pay to be nonpartisan, to protect us. We pay them because of their expertise, so that they can make sure that our national security is intact. And I think that if there's any of that going on behind the scenes, we need to get to that. People do not need to be making decisions based on their political beliefs or their political alignments. If it's going to impact, something like, our response to COVID.
I agree completely.
Thank you. I yield back, sir.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. I do want to start, Mr. Chairman, by just responding to one of the committee members who just made some comments trying to link the origins of COVID to some of the national security leaks that are very concerning that we've been discussing recently. It's important to note that this committee itself cannot have credibility to discuss sensitive intelligence information if members of the majority are going to publicly defend people who continue to leak top secret information, which is in violation of their oaths of office. This member of the committee, these members of the committee have defended Jack Teixeira, who has been arrested for leaking classified information. Let's be very clear, just to clarify that, he was no whistleblower. He wasn't telling the truth or trying to serve the public. And all the evidence shows that he has recklessly shared classified information to impress friends in a private chat, of which was also racist memes and jokes. If he is found guilty, he should be held fully accountable under law, and anyone who defended him should be ashamed. And so, again, we want to ensure that if we're going to actually talk about important information, the origins of COVID, we should actually focus on COVID, on the pandemic, and not trying to link this to someone who betrayed our country. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Chair, for continuing this investigation. So important to where we need to go in the future. You know, Director Ratcliffe, I promoted you maybe in one way, but you mentioned some of the stuff coming up with that China did to cover up a lot of what happened. We know they hoarded PPP, they silenced dissenters, they blocked investigations into the Wuhan lab. They've, as you mentioned, blamed service members. They've destroyed data. And so where we don't have maybe evidence of the definitive evidence of the origin, it certainly seems like we have evidence of a cover-up. Now, you know, I'm aggrieved by that, but I'm not surprised that godless communist countries do bad things. What has been extremely concerning and surprising, I think, to a lot of Americans is to see how certain aspects of our government has, in a way, misled them through the last few years. And you've mentioned that you have pretty high confidence that this did not have natural origins. Now we have the Department of Energy and the FBI now say that the lab leak is the most likely scenario as well, which, you know, you mentioned all the apparatuses at our intelligence, world-class, world-leading tools that our intelligence community has. And it boggles the mind of the American people to see that 3 years later, the intelligence community is finally coming around to where the American people were, you know, about 3 years ago. Could you speak to, can you elaborate on how you developed your degree of confidence to the extent that you can? I realize there's information you cannot share. But.
Well, I've talked a little bit about it today, but I think, you know, this highlights one of the, you know, the comments that the Congresswoman from Michigan was making earlier about no one can know with certainty. I actually agree with that at this point in time, but we don't have to in making intelligence community assessments. We have to have some level of confidence. It can be low, it can be moderate, or it can be high. So I have been very clear that when we look at all of our intelligence, much of it is circumstantial. And with circumstantial evidence, you can never know with certainty. But that doesn't mean that you cannot make an assessment with some level of confidence. And the more I have learned about this and the more I have seen, and again, as the person who had more access to our intelligence for the first year, as much as anyone in our government, my level of confidence became higher. The things that others were supporting for a natural origins approach have fallen away, and some of the people that were promoting that have been revealed to have had conflicts of interest in perhaps promoting that as a theory. But again, I go back to the fact that at this point in time, 3.5 years later, no scientist in the world can point to anything from an environmental standpoint that ties COVID-19 to nature. On the other side of the equation, you have all of the things that we've talked about, China's obfuscation, and the fact that they have the best access to the intelligence that would be diagnostic and dispositive, and yet they have shared none of that with us. And if they had any that was indicative or diagnostic that this was naturally occurring, why wouldn't they share that? If there was no one to blame for this pandemic, why wouldn't they share that information? I think the answer is that they know certainly, or they either they don't know the answer or they don't want to know the answer, because like me, they know that the intelligence certainly points to lab leak as the most plausible assessment, the only one supported by intelligence, science, and common sense at this point.
Now, you developed this high degree of confidence. Could you speak about when? Was it earlier or later in the process?
You know, when I became the Director of National Intelligence, I had seen the prior assessments. I had been a member of Congress on the intelligence community. I said, show me all of the intelligence that we have. And I was frankly surprised how little we had supporting natural origins, how much we had, circumstantial or otherwise, that supported the lab leak. And over time, again, some of the explanations for natural origins became less and less likely. Again, I was told that some of this would appear over a course of months. We've now been 3.5 years, and we haven't identified an intermediate host, a reservoir source or species, any of those things. So pretty rapidly, which is why I talked about the process that Mike Pompeo, Secretary Pompeo, and I went through to declassify some of this with the hope that the next administration would declassify more information while protecting our sources and methods, and that this body would hold hearings. Unfortunately, 2 years went by without any hearings in this body into the origins of COVID. So, I'm grateful that we're getting there, but these are things that should have taken place a long time ago.
Now, you've alluded that even as the DNI, you had trouble sometimes getting information from the intelligence community. And could you speak to that?
Well, I think there was at times reluctance and as I've commented that, the independent analytic ombudsman found that there were instances where, particular to China, some intelligence was being suppressed so that it could not be used to support policies that the administration in which I was serving, the Trump administration, could use that. And that was improper, and I think I've addressed that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, to me, that's one of our major concerns from an oversight perspective is looking into, an intelligence agency that seems to gone wayward in some of these aspects. And Dr. Lowenthal, while I certainly appreciate some of your comments, I think the intelligence community may have drifted since then, and so it's important that we look into this. I'm sorry, my time's up. Thank you, Chair.
I now recognize Dr. McCormick from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ratcliffe, Mr. Honorable Ratcliffe, thank you for your service in Congress. Also, thank you for your service as former Director of National Intelligence during a tumultuous time during the origins of this disease process. Recently, Director Wei confirmed the FBI report stated that COVID-19 pandemic was likely the result of a lab incident in Wuhan. Based on your knowledge, do you agree with the report from the Department of Energy as well?
I agree with both the FBI and the Department of Energy.
Thank you. In your testimony, you stated, and I quote, "Our intelligence has led to a demonstrable shift whereby a few of the intelligence community's 18 agencies are now publicly assessing that the COVID-19 virus originated from a lab leak in Wuhan. And as this shift continues, the day will come when every single agency in the intelligence community will make the same assessment," end quote. Do you think there is another federal agency close to falling on the side of the Wuhan lab leak theory in the near future? And if so, which one?
Well, I've talked about, again, I'm not in the intelligence community now, but of course, have friends that are career individuals still serving in agencies. My understanding is that that in most of the agencies, there is a shift. More and more analysts believe that a lab leak is the most plausible, if not the only plausible assessment to make, and that it's a minority in most agencies that are holding on to the idea that this is naturally occurring. I would hope, as I talked about, the fact that the CIA would make an assessment at some confidence level, and based upon my personal knowledge of conversations about analysts within that agency, I believe that a great majority of those analysts do support the Department of Energy and the FBI analysis, and it is a minority opinion that is currently holding back the CIA from making that assessment that a lab leak is the most plausible.
And certainly, in your estimate, in the last year, is there some new information that occurred, or do you think the CIA could have come to that conclusion probably about a year ago or so?
Well, I think we certainly could have, all agencies within the United States intelligence community could have made an assessment at some confidence level a year ago on this in favor of a lab leak. My understanding specifically from the Department of Energy that there was new intelligence that persuaded them to make their assessment of a lab leak. So new intelligence is always being gained, but again, from my standpoint, the more time that passes, the further we get without anything tying COVID-19 to nature. So I talked about no environmental source, no intermediate host, no reservoir species, none of that. It makes it less and less likely that this was a natural origin.
I think as a physician of emergency medicine and as a scientist, I think I thoroughly agree with that assessment. And in fact, I think it could have been reached a long time ago, in my opinion. I think the fact that we're even having this conversation is absurd. It's very easy to identify whether there's animals in the wild that have or have not this disease. The fact that the Chinese have literally spent years and incredible efforts trying to obtain that information and have received zero information supporting one theory, whereas we know there is an incredible amount of evidence on the other side of that points to one thing, and that's a CCP cover-up. This unfortunately leads me to the conclusion that the efforts of this administration, Dr. Fauci, the WHO, and multiple bureaucracies are willfully or ignorantly colluding with the CCP. That's what bothers me. Director Ratcliffe, as you know, this committee was formed on the basis that we would seek the truth to create recommendations to face the future pandemics. With that being said, I have one last question for you. And in your opinion, what reason could the administration, public officials, and many of our federal agencies have for hiding the truth from the American people? And if you can't speak to that, what effect do you think this has on the American people's trust of their public health officials and the government?
Well, I would say that, China has been identified as our number one nation state adversary. They've been described by the current administration as a strategic competitor, but our intelligence clearly tells us they are an adversary. Their public actions very clearly dictate that they are an adversary, and I think that the current administration, for whatever reason, has been reluctant to confront China on any number of issues or transgressions that have taken place publicly, from spying, a spy balloon that flew over the country, threats against legislators in this body from landing in Taiwan. The list is long, and there hasn't been an effort by the current administration other than to say we're not seeking conflict with China. And I think that that has continued with respect to this issue into COVID origins.
I agree with you. I don't think we can learn from this if we're not being honest. We can't prepare for the next pandemic if we're not being honest. We have obvious answers that we want to ignore. I think we've been biased. I think we have to really acknowledge this. If we're going to prepare for the next virus, Mr. Chair, I think we cannot disallow that we've already had multiple viruses from animals in the past, but we're not doing what we need to prepare for with Wuhan leaks and disallowing gain of function. With that, I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Moskowitz from Florida for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The American people deserve to know the origins of the COVID-19 virus. I happen to believe, based on the evidence that is available, that it's most likely that it came out of the lab than not. But for the families who lost loved ones to COVID, they don't have an answer. For the businesses that were shut down, they don't have an answer. For the folks in nursing homes who couldn't have their loved ones visit them, they don't have an answer. And I know all of this because I'm the only one in Congress who ran a COVID-19 response operation as the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida. I'm the only one who had to go to China to buy masks and buy nasal cannula oxygen and buy ventilators and having to buy viral media and universal media and having to get all of that stuff from around the world, competing with everybody but Antarctica, because this country was not prepared to take on a pandemic. Those families deserve to know. My dad, like some others, was diagnosed with cancer during COVID-19. We couldn't be with him in the hospital during treatment. Those families have a right to know. Students who weren't in school have a right to know. But also, I think the American people have a right to know why so much misinformation was spread about COVID-19 in this country by President Trump. Let me just read some of the greatest hits from President Trump. China's been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi. Okay. I just spoke to President Xi last night. And we're working on the problem, the virus. It's a very tough situation. I think he's going to handle it. I think it's handled very well. we're helping wherever we can. Just had a long conversation with the president of China. He's strong, sharp, powerful, focused on leading the counterattack to the coronavirus. He feels they're doing very well, even building hospitals in a matter of days. Great discipline in taking place in China. President leads strongly in a very successful operation. We're working closely with China to help. I think China was very, professionally run in a sense. They've got everything under control. I really believe they're going to have it under control very soon. In April, supposedly it's going to die with the hotter weather, and that's a beautiful date to look forward to. But China, I can tell you, is working very hard. We have very few people in this country with COVID, and you know what? They're getting better. They're all getting better. I think the whole situation will work out well. We pretty much shut it down coming from China. We only have 15 people with COVID. And, 15 within a couple of days, it's going to go down to 0. That's a pretty good job we've done. It's going to go away, hopefully at the end of the month, and if not, hopefully soon after that. I could keep going. This goes on, and every day it goes on, there were more and more cases in this country. And so we have to find out why the president was spreading that information. We heard about this paper, proximal origins paper, in the committee. And we heard from members that this paper specifically said that they didn't want to investigate the lab leak at all. That is not true. Here's the quote from the paper. We must therefore examine the possibility of an inadvertent laboratory release of SARS-CoV-2. So I don't know why we continue to spread this misinformation. I also think one of the things we should learn, because the document that Mr. Radcliffe has been reading from as part of his testimony, suggests analysts appeared reluctant to have their analysis on China brought forward because they tend to disagree with Trump administration policies. Well, one of the things I also think we should investigate is, did the professionals not share the information they had with the president because they didn't trust the president, because every single day he was going out saying this stuff? Or better, going out and telling people they can drink bleach, or they should just go out and put light in the body and we'll get rid of COVID. I mean, this went on for a long period of time. So yes, we need to investigate. We need to investigate the origins of COVID. We need to know what we knew when, and we need to share that with the American people. And we need to know why President Trump, who was in charge when COVID happened, he was in charge when COVID got out of control, why he didn't tell the American people the truth. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Jordan from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ratcliffe, I think Dr. McCormick was on to the right question. It seems to me the fundamental question is why? Why did they lie to us? And why is it taking so long? You point this out in your testimony. Why is it taking so long for every government agency to admit what we all know? Because belief in a lab leak as the origin of, as the start of this, is not a conspiracy theory, is it, Mr. Ratcliffe?
No.
Why is it taking so long then? I mean, you knew that early on, right? If I look at you knew that you were confirmed, I think, in May of 2020, and you knew that within weeks that this thing came from a lab. In fact, you say that, I think, in your testimony, you say a lab leak is the only explanation, only credible explanation. If this were a trial, the preponderance of the evidence is all on the side of the lab leak. You knew that within weeks. So why did the government not tell us the truth?
Well, I think, when you look at the intelligence community report that the Biden administration put out in October of 21, they acknowledge that China's refusal to cooperate, but the report in any way ignores what I think is the inescapable fact and reality that if the CCP had anything exculpatory, anything at all, anything that would be helpful to showing that no one was to blame for this,
Right.
that this occurred naturally, that they would share that. And, why not share data, samples, research, everything that tends to show that they had access to, that would tend to show that this was naturally occurring and tend to show that lab leak theory really was a conspiracy theory. But they didn't do that because they couldn't do that. And to me, that's why making an assessment with some level of confidence is something that should have been done a long time ago by the intelligence community. Yeah, we need to protect sources and methods. It's why Mike Pompeo and I labored over how much of this can we put out, hoping
Right.
that it would drive the next administration coming in to declassify more information, which they haven't, and would drive congressional hearings into the origins of this, which it didn't.
Here's what gets me. So the director of national intelligence knew this thing came from a lab. The secretary of state knew this thing came from a lab. Common sense tells you this thing came from a lab. And frankly, even the guys who called us names knew it came from a lab because we have their emails. We have their emails from the start. Mr. Gary says, I don't know how this happens in nature. It'd be easy to do in a lab. Mr. Anderson says, this is not consistent with evolutionary. Everyone knew at the get-go. You knew at the get-go. And yet they tell us just the opposite. Why?
Well, you left out the top public health official, a virologist, Dr. Redfield.
Dr. Redfield knew.
testified,
He's testified, yes.
Also testified. So you had the top diplomat, the top of the intelligence community, the top public health official, all telling you with some confidence level that the most likely origin of this was a lab leak. And I think that, unfortunately for political reasons and political narratives, it was difficult.
So did you talk with Dr. Fauci during this time frame when you get in May and over the next several months? Did you talk to Dr. Fauci anytime?
No.
Never spoke with Dr. Fauci?
No.
Do you find that strange when he's out saying something directly contrary to the Secretary of State, to the Director of National Intelligence, and to the top virologist, Dr. Redfield, that Dr. Fauci wouldn't talk with you?
Yeah, to be clear, there were folks within the coronavirus task force that were communicating, medical and scientific information to the intelligence community, not me directly, but none of that information was frankly consistent with what we've talked about, what the intelligence showed. Again, some of those individuals, to include Dr. Fauci, were promoting the idea that this was natural origins, and notwithstanding, the language that was read, they were referring to it publicly as a conspiracy theory in certain conversations.
Dr. Collins called us
and interviews.
conspiracy theorists if you believed in the lab as the origin. Tell me why do you think Fauci and Collins took that? I got my theory and I think I'm right, but I'd like to hear from the Director of National Intelligence what he thinks Fauci and Collins' motivation for sharing false information with the American people.
Well, I think the best evidence of that is their own conversations, which say that they didn't want unwarranted or unwanted, or I think the term was unwanted attention to the relationships that were taking place between Western virologists and those working within
maybe
the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and funding sources for some of that research.
Our money to a lab in China that wasn't up to code, that was doing gain of function research, and that's where this thing came from. That's what they didn't want us to know. You agree with that, Mr. Ratcliffe?
I do agree with that.
That's important. Thank you. I yield back.
I'd now like to yield to Ranking Member Ruiz for a closing statement, if he would like one.
Thank you. As I have said since the Select Subcommittee's first hearing, our efforts to understand the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic should remain evidence-based and free from politicization, partisan rhetoric, and conspiratorial accusations without proof that seek to vilify our nation's public health officials. We should not politicize intelligence and turn the origins questions into a partisan blame game. Instead, we must let our nation's scientists and intelligence professionals do the work necessary to promote our understanding of the pandemic origins without political interference. And while the experts work to determine how the coronavirus came to be, we should focus on putting people over politics. We should develop forward-looking, evidence-based policies that will keep the American people safe from future pandemics. And we should take an intelligent, strategic approach to competition with China and the challenges posed by the Chinese Communist Party. Instead of fanning the flames of extreme rhetoric, we should build on the progress we made over the past 2 years under President Biden to ensure America's interests flourish domestically and abroad. Now, more than ever, we must double down on our commitment to scientific integrity and put the needs of the American people above political theater. Let's reject extreme partisan rhetoric and work together to save lives. The American people deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. You know, I serve on the Intelligence Committee, and as a physician, when the pandemic began, there's no doubt I took an extreme interest into what was going on. Mostly, what I was interested in was what was going on physiologically, causing so many people to die. Interested in finding out ways that we could maybe find treatments for people that actually worked. And started doing research. Lockdown came, nothing else to do. Just sitting at home, going back and forth with another doctor from Ohio who actually got on the phone with infectious disease doctors in China. We began our COVID-19 origins investigation in February of 2020. And we found an article during that time that I had never seen before, medical article, research article, published by Ralph Barrick from North Carolina and Dr. Zhengli Shi from China. An article that showed that they were able to create a chimera, which is gain-of-function research, where you take one virus, parts of it, put it on another virus, and make it more infectious. I'll never forget, I'm not the one who found it first. The other doctor did, and he called me and said, "You won't believe this," and sent it to me. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is extremely alarming. Fast forward, after a FOIA request, was able to reveal some emails from Dr. Fauci, Christian Anderson, and others, going to the end of February of 2020, where Christian Anderson said, "This thing looks engineered." Immediately, Dr. Fauci reacts. He contacts his deputy. Capital letters, be ready, I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember exactly what the email said. But I do know the email had an attachment to it. And it had the attachment of that very article about the creation of a chimera. Oh my goodness. I would hope that when Dr. Fauci saw that or became aware of it, maybe he just became aware of it. I don't think so, but maybe he did. That he was as alarmed as I was. So you take that article, the question from Christian Anderson, or the statement from Christian Anderson saying this thing looks engineered. And what does this very group do within weeks? Come out and say it came from nature. It came from nature. Dr. Anderson, we found, had said that he was focused. He was going to focus to disprove the lab leak theory. Why? Why? What is the motive for that? That is very reasonable to ask that question. Mr. Moskowitz, I guess, wasn't here for the other hearings. He's not on this subcommittee regularly, so he doesn't understand that that's actually what Christian Anderson said, that I'm going to focus to disprove the lab leak theory. And they wrote Proximal Origins, got it published. How can we not question this motive? And if we are going to do all that we say we want to do with this committee to move forward, we have to consider these types of things, the motives, whether they're political or personal, so that we don't let someone else do that again in the future. As I mentioned, I'm on Intelligence Committee, so I'm able to get intelligence that others weren't able to get. And under Chairman Schiff, there was an unwillingness to investigate this together. The good news is, in the Intelligence Committee, that rift is now gone, and we work together very well. But at that time, since there was two separate reports coming out of the Intelligence Committee in the House, Democrats reported, in their report, they concluded there was no need to search any further for the origins. What good would that do? Well, that's changed, fortunately, in this committee and across the entire Congress, and apparently with the President of the United States as well. And I'm glad he ordered the 98 Commission, but to date, I've seen less from the Commission than I've seen on my own work on the Intelligence Committee. And when I ask questions of some of the people from the IC, they tell me it's their policy not to answer my question. Dr. Lowenthal, you referenced it before. You know what the statute is. They cannot have that type of policy. And that's why we want to know more. And fortunately, I have been able to work through some of that to some degree with Director Haynes. And I give her credit for being open. But overall, let me just say this. I am grateful for this opportunity that we now have in the House. It's long overdue. And I'm grateful to Speaker McCarthy for putting this select subcommittee together. And I'm grateful for Dr. Ruiz. He's been a friend for a long time. We've worked on a lot of health issues together as physicians. And I believe that if we continue to work together, we can produce a product. You know, the pain of this pandemic, in one way or another, has understandably evoked emotions from everyone on this committee and everyone in Congress and everyone across America. But at the end of the day, I do believe we can and we must produce a product of truth and accountability. And I'll keep repeating what I'm after. I want us to be able to predict a pandemic, prepare for a pandemic, protect ourselves from a pandemic, and prevent a pandemic if we can. And with that, I yield back. Where's my closer? I want to thank all of you for being here today and for being witnesses for us. I greatly appreciate what you have done and what you have said and participated. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Good morning. Good morning. We've hit 100 days of House Republicans in the majority, and the American people have very little to show for it. The steady progress we're making, jobs are up, inflation is cooling, and the cost of life-saving medications are down, is a result of House Democrats working with the Biden-Harris administration. At the same time, the urgent challenges our country is facing have been made worse by Republican extremism. Congressman Morgan McGarvey is here today to talk with us about the horrific shooting in his community and why we cannot afford to let House Republicans continue to put guns over our kids. And Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher and Pat Ryan are here to talk about the disastrous ruling in Texas that is another step toward a national abortion ban that Republicans have promised. All three of these members are incredible public servants who consistently put people over politics. House Democrats have a plan to address these two crises: pass common sense gun legislation and keep weapons of war off the streets and restore the rights that women have through the Women's Health Protection Act. And the American people are with us on these issues. In the next 100 days, House Republicans need to put aside their extremism and start governing on behalf of the American people. I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Where is the Republican budget proposal? Democrats weeks ago put out a budget. President Biden's budget is going to slash the deficit by $3 trillion and continue to have America lead in 21st century. And President Biden has a track record of slashing the deficit because last term he slashed it by $1.7 trillion. We think it's a great budget proposal. Now, Republicans don't have to like it, but they got to at least have a counter. They have to at least put out what they want, or else we can't even negotiate. So I'll give you an analogy. It's like, let's say we're negotiating the price of a car, and you offer $27,000 for the car. And then weeks later, the other side comes and says, why are you stalling? And you're like, WTF, I just offered you. So we need to know what the Republican counteroffer is. And instead of working on that important issue, instead of trying to avert a debt limit crisis or working on the scourge of gun violence, what are they going to do? They're going to put on the floor of the House a bill to ban some transgender kids from participating in sports. This is not where the American people are at. And this is a creepy bill. The only way to enforce this bill is to empower school officials to inspect the genitals of kids. This is a creepy bill. Let's work on actual things that matter to American people: the debt limit, protecting Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, reducing the scourge of gun violence. And we have Morgan McGarvey here from Kentucky, who's going to talk about reducing gun violence.
Good morning. Thank you to Chairman Aguilar, to Vice Chairman Lieu for having me here today. 1 week ago, my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky was ripped apart by two mass shootings. The first was at Old National Bank, where gunmen walked in and killed 5 innocent people, injured 8 others, including LMPD officer Nick Wilt, who is still struggling after being shot with an AR-15 in his head. The grief didn't go away. Just a few days later, Louisville suffered its second mass shooting where 6 people were shot, 2 people were killed, including a 17-year-old boy in Chickasaw Park in Louisville. I am heartbroken for my community. We have lost moms, dads, children, spouses, friends, loved ones, our neighbors, to senseless acts of gun violence. Louisville is such a close-knit community. We are 1 degree of separation away from everybody. When we ask you what school you went to, we mean high school. I lost my good friend Tommy Elliott in the shooting at Old National Bank and knew several others who were shot or who miraculously managed to escape unharmed. There have been 160 mass shootings in 2023 alone. That is more mass shootings than there are days in this calendar year. We cannot accept this as normal. I was here in Washington, D.C. last Monday when news of the shooting broke. I happened to have my kids with me. I needed to get back to the district immediately, and so there was no sugarcoating it. And I said, I have to go. There's been a mass shooting. And all the color drained from my 5th grade daughter's face. And she looked at me and she said, oh no, which school? That shouldn't be the reaction from our children. And the next day at school, when my wife dropped her off, she looked back in the car and said, please be safe at work, Mommy. In what world is this normal? That we are dropping our kids off at school afraid for their safety and they are afraid for ours. Last week, tearfully at a press conference, Dr. Jason Smith, the trauma surgeon at the University of Louisville, said, we are weary. We are weary from going out into the waiting room and telling someone their loved one isn't coming home and hearing the screams of mommy and daddy. We are doing nothing, and that's not working. Please help. We have to do more. Take my word for it. Take the word for it from the other members of Congress who have suffered the same thing in their communities, where their communities are grieving and their friends and families and neighbors are grieving. Enough is enough. We have to do more to keep our communities safe, and doing nothing isn't working. We must put public safety over guns. We must put kids over guns. We must put people over guns and act to keep all of our communities safe and to keep this from happening again. Thank you. Now I'll pass it off to my colleague and friend, Lizzie Fletcher from Texas.
Good morning. With the unprecedented order issued in the Northern District of Texas, my home state of Texas is once again at the epicenter of efforts to take away our freedom to make our own decisions about our bodies, our families, our futures, and to deprive us of access to services, information, and care that enable us to do that. The Fifth Circuit panel's partial stay order of the Northern District order reinforces the dubious legal arguments in the lower court's ruling and deeply flawed opinion. It undermines the FDA's drug approval process and limits access to mifepristone for too many Americans who need it. Now we await an emergency ruling from the Supreme Court, where the Department of Justice has taken action to defend the FDA's scientific judgment and to protect Americans' access to mifepristone and to safe and effective reproductive health care. The Supreme Court made the right decision to stay the prior court's rulings on Friday. The lower court rulings jeopardize the health, dignity, and freedom of women and families across the country in all 50 states. And that's why I am so glad to join my friend, Congressman Pat Ryan, in introducing the Protective Reproductive Freedom Act. Since mifepristone received FDA approval more than 20 years ago, women across America have used it for abortion care, including for miscarriage treatment. And it is used in more than half of all abortions in the states where abortion remains legal today. It is critical that we do everything we can to preserve and protect the FDA's authority to approve safe and effective medication in general, and this abortion medication in particular. The Protecting Reproductive Freedom Act expresses the sense of Congress that medication abortion was appropriately approved and is appropriately regulated by the FDA, and addresses the limitations reinstated by the court rulings requiring in-person dispensation of the medication. I want to thank Chair Aguilar and Vice Chair Liu for highlighting this important issue and this legislation, and I am pleased to turn over the podium to Representative Ryan to tell you more about it.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Congressman Fletcher. Thanks to my colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for having us here. I love this country. I risked my life for this country, for the core American freedoms and rights that all of our previous generations risked their lives for, rallied for, protested for. And it breaks, being here, hearing this, breaks my heart. As someone that loves this country, that rights are being ripped away, that kids are being killed. This is a core issue of freedom. And the Democrats are proudly, clearly, unequivocally standing for freedom, in particular, reproductive freedom. And it's now very clear, they used to try to be subtle about it, but it's now very clear that the far right is hell-bent on a national abortion ban. And this is a moment where all Americans should be outraged that after centuries of advancing and giving more rights to our fellow Americans, we have people trying to rip them away. I have faith in the American people. We've seen this now in election and referendum after referendum, from Kansas to a special election that I unexpectedly, to many, won in August in New York, to Mary Peltola in Alaska, to a few weeks ago in Wisconsin. The American people want freedom, particularly reproductive freedom. Women don't want to be told by a politician or a doctor what to do with their bodies and in their private healthcare decisions. So I'm proud to stand with my colleague, Congresswoman Fletcher, with all my Democratic colleagues, and say we are for reproductive freedom, and we are going to have to double down and triple down in this fight, because just a few days ago in Florida, an even more extreme ban was passed, and we know that other states are doing the same. So I want the American people to know we are with you, we hear you, and we're going to continue to fight to protect your rights and freedoms. And thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Representative Ryan. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a question for you and Vice Chair Lou. Since both of you are part of the California delegation, I just want to get your thoughts on Senator Dianne Feinstein and two caucus members last week called for her to resign. Do you share their view?
I think it's up to Senator Feinstein to decide.
I wouldn't have my business if it wasn't for my website. Once I decided to go with GoDaddy,
Now, the House Rules Committee considering two bills, one which focuses on banning transgender participation in women's sports by withdrawing federal funding for institutions that don't comply.
Nearly a third of the force bans on transgender athletes under Title IX, twisting the meaning of law to suit progressive ideas at the expense of fairness and opportunity for girls and women in sports is simply wrong. This bill shouldn't be partisan. Its premise is simple: recognizing biology. Girls and women participating in sports exemplify the hard work, grit, and passion it takes to play. We want the integrity of that competition upheld. Our second measure is HJ Resolution 42, a joint resolution of disapproval of a law passed by the District of Columbia Council. Under the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, laws passed by the DC Council are subject to congressional review and will not take effect if Congress passes and the President signs into law a joint resolution of disapproval. In this case, HJ Res 42 would disapprove of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, another radical piece of legislation that will make it harder for the District of Columbia to recruit and retain police officers at a time when crime is skyrocketing across the nation's capital. If allowed to become law, the act in question would place undue burdens on the DC police force, hampering their ability to perform law enforcement duties, as well as create mechanisms for activists and anti-police groups to unjustifiably target individual officers. The DC Metro Police Department is already struggling to retain officers, with almost 1,200 officers, nearly a third of the force, departing over the last 3 years. At the same time, crime rates have spiked, and overall crime rates up 23% from 2022 to 23, homicide rates up 31% in 2023, and motor vehicle theft up a whopping 107% in 2023. With safety a growing concern in the nation's capital and the DC Metropolitan Police Department already in dire straits, this is hardly the time for the DC Council to pursue another piece of legislation that will make it harder to recruit or retain officers and limit law enforcement tools vital to public and officer safety. DC residents have the same expectations of public safety as do citizens of any other municipality in America. And it's appropriate for Congress to exercise its constitutional and statutory authority to prevent this misguided bill from becoming law. I now yield to our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he cares to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's great to see you. It's great to see my colleagues. Mr. Chairman, we've all had plenty of time to talk to our constituents over the last 2 weeks, to get out into our communities and take stock of the challenges facing America. And yet, out of all the issues in the world, House Republicans decided that on our very first day back, our very first bill would be a trans bullying bill. More division, more extremism, more MAGA culture wars. You know, when I was home in Massachusetts, this issue didn't come up at all. Not a single person brought this issue up to me. Republicans are obsessed with attacking and bullying trans people. It's cruel. Frankly, it's creepy. And it's a really rotten thing to do. I'm sick and tired of the other side picking on vulnerable populations. Enough already. Some say this bill is about keeping kids safe. So let's talk about safety. Nothing kills more kids in America than gun violence. 20 students at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown. 17 students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. 19 students at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. Most recently, 3 9-year-olds at the Covenant School in Nashville. And just this weekend, another 4 kids at a Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens, more than car crashes, more than cancer. Kids and parents are terrified their school will be next. And Republicans are worried about deciding who can be on the track team. I mean, give me a break. Is this some kind of sick joke? What's next? A bill about who can play together during recess? You know, I hear my colleagues talk a lot about the weaponizing of the federal government. So let's talk about weaponizing the federal government. We are advancing a bill here that literally empowers the federal government to reach into local soccer teams and kick individuals off. Apparently, the GOP thinks Congress knows better than the NCAA, better than local school districts, better than parents, better than student athletes, and better than school psychologists who say this bill, and I quote, will significantly harm the mental health of transgender students. Sounds like a lot of weaponization to me. Nothing in this legislation ensures that sports will be more fair or more safe. In fact, and I have to say again, this bill is just creepy. Enforcing it may require that girls and young women answer personal questions about their menstrual cycle and physical development. Female student athletes could even be subjected to inspection by adults who they may not even know, as young as in their preteen years. So that's what we're debating here today. Whether or not young kids should have to get their genitals inspected or else they get kicked off the swim team. As a parent who had 2 kids play middle school and high school sports, I am disgusted. I'm disgusted by the real world consequences of this bill. If signed into law, it would lead to increased hate against trans kids. It would lead to suicide, all because Republican leadership is obsessed with pushing their creepy MAGA culture wars onto our kids. The bottom line is this bill should not come to the House floor. And then we have HJ Res 42, yet another law about Washington, D.C. I just have to ask, why are Republicans so obsessed with Washington? Why don't they pass laws that help the rest of the country, that help their own districts? If they're so obsessed with the D.C. City Council, why don't you run for D.C. City Council? Instead, the self-proclaimed party of local government wants to overrule 13 democratically elected local city councilors and DC's 700,000 voters in another massive power grab. And by the way, if you want to combat crime, I advise my Republican friends to look in the mirror. Speaker McCarthy's hometown of Bakersfield is the 4th most dangerous place to live in the United States of America. This bill would ease up on officers with misconduct records, make it more difficult for the public to view body cam footage, allow police to use chokeholds and other deadly uses of force, even in cases where it's not absolutely necessary. This has nothing to do with fighting crime. House Republicans are getting rid of important transparency and safety measures in a city they weren't even elected to represent. So give me a break. Out of all the problems that our constituents are facing right now, these are the issues on the House Republicans' agenda: meddling with DC laws and bullying trans kids. Meanwhile, House Democrats and President Biden are working to improve the everyday lives of Americans, to enhance public safety, to protect kids, to cut inflation, lower costs for families, support workers, and safeguard Social Security and Medicare. 60% of Americans disapprove of how Republicans in Congress are handling their job 100 days in. And if you look at the bills we are considering here today, it is no wonder why. There's plenty for me to say, and I anticipate a lengthy back and forth today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I'd like to welcome our first panel, which is Chairwoman Fox and Representative Takano from the Committee on Education and Workforce. Dr. Fox, always good to have you back. Welcome to the Rules Committee, and we'd welcome your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGovern, members of the committee. It's always great to be back at the Rules Committee. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, H.R. 734, is a common sense piece of legislation. Let me point out that it is barely 1 page long, which is the way legislation ought to be written, in my opinion. Very short bill, and I may come back to that in a minute. It aims to protect the integrity of women's sports and ensure that they remain fair for all female athletes. The issue of fairness in women's sports has become contentious in recent years with the increasing participation of male athletes in women's competitions. It's crucial that we ensure that female athletes are not unfairly disadvantaged by males participating against them. Female athletes have fought hard to gain recognition and respect for their achievements, and they should not be undermined by unfair advantages or discrimination. Allowing males to compete in women's sports does just that. H.R. 734 seeks to address this by prohibiting federal funding to institutions that allow males to compete in women's sports, teams, or events. It is an indisputable fact that the average man has certain physical advantages over women in sports. Men tend to have larger muscle mass, greater bone density, more lung capacity, larger heart size, and higher levels of testosterone, all of which give them a competitive edge over female athletes. These advantages are not only present in the average man and woman, but in world-class athletes as well. A male student at the University of Pennsylvania competed for 3 years on the men's swim team and then decided to compete on the women's team. The world watched the student go from an average swimmer on the men's team to a record-shattering swimmer on the women's team. It's unfair, plain and simple. Democrats say that cases like this are so rare that they should be ignored. They say our criticisms are rooted in transphobia or discrimination. That couldn't be further from the truth. Republicans recognize the reality of biological differences between boys and girls, men and women. Allowing any single girl to lose a roster spot, a place on the podium, or a scholarship to a male is one too many. With the interest of our nation's young girls in mind, Congress should take up H.R. 734. Passage of this bill will send a message to young girls and women everywhere that their contributions to sports are valued and respected, and that they are entitled to the same opportunities and recognition as their male counterparts. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Takano, welcome. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good evening, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I speak in opposition to H.R. 734, the more aptly named Politics Over Participation Act. We can all agree on the need to address the challenges faced in our education system, issues such as gun violence, academic achievement gaps, and the lack of mental health support for students. These are all serious challenges that demand serious action. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues have used their first 100 days in the majority to pursue a radical education agenda that prioritizes political points over students' success and safety. Last month, House Republicans unilaterally passed a bill that allows a vocal minority of parents to impose their beliefs on all parents and students while doing nothing meaningfully to increase parental involvement in their children's education. That bill also included provisions requiring schools to out transgender students to their parents, even if this put children at the risk of physical harm. Now we are considering another piece of this extreme agenda, one that targets transgender kids. Sports are an invaluable part of the school experience. School sports activities offer fundamental life lessons such as leadership, self-confidence, and teamwork that every child should be able to enjoy. As members of Congress, our responsibility is to eliminate barriers students face in every facet of school life, including athletics. Our efforts should concentrate on ensuring that student athletics are, above all, fair and safe. H.R. 734 does the exact opposite. It makes school sports less fair by singling out and banning transgender women and girls as young as kindergarten from participating on school sports teams with their friends. We know transgender students already face widespread bullying and discrimination. Adding to their pain by targeting their participation in school sports is both wrong and dangerous. Trans girls participate in sports for the very same reasons as their friends, to be part of a team, to learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. We shouldn't be denying them those opportunities. Furthermore, contrary to my Republican colleagues' claims, H.R. 734 actually makes school sports less safe for women and girls. To enforce its ban on transgender student athletes, the bill could require all girls as young as in their preteens to prove their gender through invasive screenings by adults they may not even know. Imagine that your 12-year-old daughter wants to play soccer, but before you can sign her up, she has to sit for an interview with some stranger who will ask her questions about her body and potentially even have to submit to an exam. I would never want that for my former students or my constituents, and I'm sure members of this committee wouldn't want that either. Simply put, H.R. 734 does not protect women and girls. It only makes school sports less safe and less fair. Now, these are schools, states, there are schools and states and sports associations that have been allowing transgender people to play equitably and consistent with their gender identity with no issues for decades. At the most elite level, this bill does not address organizations like the International Olympic Committee, which have frameworks for gender inclusion, transgender inclusion in sports, and they reject the type of categorical ban Republicans are pushing for kids as young as kindergartners. Congress has no business targeting transgender women and girls and imposing a nationwide ban on their participation in school sports. It is completely inappropriate for politicians in Washington to risk our children's safety by subjecting them to needless physical examinations and invasive screenings. And as a member of the LGBTQI community myself, I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing lies spread about my community in hearings and on the floor. I'm tired of having to defend the very existence of members of my community. I'm tired of watching members of this body target trans kids for discrimination to score political points with a small slice of their base. We need to refocus our job in Congress to address the most pressing issues facing students and parents and ensure that every child in America can reach their full potential. So I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 734, and I look forward to answering questions of the members of this committee.
Thank you for your comments. In the interest of time, the chair will forego questions. Go to Dr. Burgess, distinguished ranking member of the committee, for any questions he might have.
I thank the chairman. Chairwoman Fox, let me just ask you a question, a basic question for people that are watching. What was the original purpose of Title IX?
That girls and women were able to have the same opportunities in sports as men and boys had. We just celebrated the 50th anniversary of Title IX last year. And, you know, I can remember when Title IX came along, what a huge difference it made in the way young women in particular were able to participate in sports. They were not able to do that before. Now, well, I did that too. I turned it on and it went off. I'm sorry. Sorry, it was on, then it went off. Okay.
You're not in trouble.
I think my voice is pretty good. I know I have some statistics on this somewhere that I can get to you about how the numbers have increased since Title IX was put into effect. They're astronomical.
So we just
Elementary and secondary level as well as at the college level. And they've meant so much to students because before this, students were denied scholarships. That was not working. Sorry, that's not working. Female students couldn't get scholarships and were really denied lots of opportunities. And so Title IX was meant to treat women and girls fairly along with boys when it came to sports and other activities.
So 50 years have gone by, or is that level of fairness still important today?
Oh, absolutely, still important today. Again, the growth in the participation of women and girls in sports proves that. Well, we want to maintain that. We don't want to see biological males coming in, as I described before, and knocking women out of opportunities to become champions.
So let me just ask you a question about that. Do you have any ideas as a committee, as they've done their work on this, do they have any idea of the numbers of people who have been denied or displaced from scholarships because a male was participating in women's sports?
I'm not sure I have that at my fingertips, but I can get that for the record.
Okay, that would be great.
We can get that for the record.
So Mr. Liu apparently has that number.
The Women's Sports Foundation maintains that there have been no collegiate scholarships that have been denied women as a result of a transgender woman competing in sports.
So the very famous case that the chairwoman referenced on the swim team.
Knocked her out of the national championship title.
Okay.
Okay. Whether or not it knocks them out of scholarship or not, it seems to me is not, I mean, they will be knocked out of scholarships, I'm sure, if they haven't been already. But getting knocked out of being named as the national champion is pretty serious, it seems to me.
Mr. Chairman, fascinating discussion. In the interest of time, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ranking members recognized for questions.
Mr. Takano, do you want to respond to any of that?
in the lives of women and girls. Chairwoman Fox rightly cites statistics that show increased participation and opportunities for women and girls in sports. But I've been on the education and workforce committee or education labor committee, whatever you want to call it, for the last 10 years. And despite the progress made under Title IX, the Women's Sports Foundation estimates that men still have 1 million more opportunities than women in sports. So despite all that progress, the opportunities for women still pale in comparison to male participation. Not once have I seen the chairwoman or Republicans on the committee advance this concern in the form of a bill or in form of legislation to make real substantive gains for women, whether it's the ability to practice in comparable facilities, whether it's the simple number of opportunities they have to get scholarships to go to participate in women's athletics at university. So, which leads me to the conclusion that the focus of this bill is not really about protecting girls and women. It is about focusing, imputing a stigma on a very vulnerable, small part of our population, which are trans people, trans women, and trans girls in particular. The governor of Utah vetoed similar legislation. He vetoed an outright comprehensive trans ban because what he cited, out of 75,000 young people who participate in sports in Utah, only 4 were trans, and only 1 of the 4 was a trans girl. And the governor just saw no reason why we should deny participation, because sports is not just about winning, it's also about participation. It's about connection to community. And why we would ostracize, why the legislature of Idaho would choose to ostracize 1 very vulnerable trans girl, because they were a danger, was absurd. This is the Republican governor of Idaho who rejected the trans ban, and I would urge the members of this committee to consider following suit with the governor of Utah and the governor of Indiana, who similarly rejected categorical bans, which is what we still have.
Dr. Fox, how many trans girls do you think would be denied the ability to play sports as a result of this bill?
Well, let's just get to the nub.
If you can answer my question first.
I don't know what a trans girl is. I know what a biological male is and a biological female is. So what we're talking about, and I'm going to read the 2 paragraphs that are in this bill. It shall be a violation of subsection A for a recipient of federal financial assistance who operates, sponsors, or facilitates athletic programs or activities to permit a person whose sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designated for women or girls. For the purpose of this subsection, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. What we're saying in this bill is that if you were born a male, then you cannot participate in, you cannot compete against people born as female. It's very simple. And I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, put into the record an article called, entitled, "A Biologist Explains Why Sex is Binary" by Colin Wright, Wall Street Journal, April 9, 2023. I'd
Without
like to
objection.
submit that. Thank you very much. This is very simple again. We're talking about people born as males not participating against people born as females. It's so simple. And it has nothing to do, not one word in here talks about targeting trans people, giving physical examinations. None of the things that our colleagues have said here. This is ridiculous what you are saying.
No, excuse
this
me,
bill would
every time I
do.
time, what is ridiculous is that we're spending time with all the problems that we're faced, including a spike in gun violence against children. What is ridiculous is that we are here debating this.
No,
I mean,
we're here to protect women.
You can't even define, you say you don't even know what a trans woman or trans girl is, but yet you want to ban them from playing in
No, no,
sport.
no, no. The word trans is
Well-
nowhere in this bill. It says
We all know what this bill's about.
you
We all
permit.
know what this bill is about.
No, this bill says if you're a biological male, you cannot participate against biological females. It's as simple as that.
And so
That
you-
is
and
that
so-
is what it
And
boils
so
down
you
to.
do not believe that, that trans women are women?
They're males, sorry. If they were born as males, they're males. There's no way to change your biological sex.
So we just learned that we can't identify a single case where somebody was denied a scholarship because of what is happening right now. And yet there's this urgency to bring this legislation to the floor to somehow protect people. I don't quite get it. Mr. Decano, can you explain what the urgency about this is? And I mean, and it was this, the first bill that was marked up in the Education Committee?
It's one of two first markup bills.
Of all the issues out there.
Yeah.
In terms of issues protecting kids in school, this is like the top one or two issues that the Education Committee thinks
Well,
is vital to bring to the floor?
And Mr. McGovern, the moral panic that the chairwoman is attempting to create over this case of the athlete competing in intercollegiate sports, winning a competition, this bill would do nothing to affect that. This bill is about banning sports participation of transgender girls and women in K-12 and college sports, but it would not effectively deal with whether or not in elite competition there's this question over trans women participating. This bill has nothing to do with that. This bill would not remedy the concern that the chairwoman raised. And let me also say that the real harm here is the exclusion from participation of trans young people, trans kids, trans middle school kids, trans high school kids, for whom the huge value of sports is about participation. It's about connection to community. And this bill would stigmatize them. This bill would separate them out. This bill would subject them to even more isolation than the bullying that they often face and the physical dangers. Trans kids are in need of our protection, not of stigmatization. And despite these words not being in the text of the bill, the effect of this bill would be exactly that. Let me just sort of read one of the final paragraphs from the governor of Utah, his veto message. The governor of Utah, as he vetoed a very similar bill, and he wrote it to so Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, wrote to Stuart Adams, who was the president of the Senate, and Brad Wilson, the Speaker of the House of Utah. He said, there's one more important reason for this veto, I must admit. He says, I'm not an expert on, I quote, on transgenderism. I struggle to understand much of it and the science is conflicting. When in doubt, however, I try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. I also try to get proximate, and I'm learning so much from our transgender community. There are great kids who face enormous struggles, and here are the numbers that have most impacted my decision. 75,000, 4, 1, 86, and 56. 75,000 high school kids participating in high school sports in Utah. 4 transgender kids playing high school sports in Utah, 1 transgender student playing girls sports, 86% of trans youth reporting suicidality. The chairwoman claims, this is not the governor's words, but I just want to insert, claims that she doesn't know anything about trans. 56% of trans youth have an attempted suicide. 4 kids and only 1 of them playing girls sports. That's what this is all about? 4 kids who aren't dominating or winning trophies or taking scholarships? 4 kids who are just trying to find some friends and feel like they're part of something? 4 kids trying to get through each day. Rarely has so much fear and anger been directed at so few. I don't understand what they are going through or why they feel the way they do, but I want them to live. And all the research shows that even a little acceptance and connection can reduce suicidality significantly. For that reason, as much as any other, I have taken this action in the hope that we can continue to work together to find a better way. If a veto override occurs, I hope we can work to find ways to show that these 4 kids that we love them and that they have a place in our state. I was getting moved just reading that statement from the Republican governor of Utah. My respect and admiration for him just grew enormously just having those words registered. I would implore the members of this committee to heed his words seriously.
I thank you for that. And I too, I think those were very moving words by the Republican governor of Utah, who's not playing to the cheap seats, who's actually putting the well-being of the people he represents first and foremost. I mean, the bottom line is this bill is not about protecting kids or children or anything. This is a bill that is an attempt to try to drive another wedge in our society, to try to create an issue where there isn't one. And in doing so, will directly impact in a very negative way a vulnerable community in this country that are already the subject of bullying and ostracization. And I may go right down and you're going to see more young people turn to suicide, more young people, go down the road of depression and feel like that they're not worth anything, that we're questioning their dignity. As I said in the beginning, I think this is just an awful, rotten thing to do. This is, and my friends on the other side, the creepy obsession with these issues is really, I think, beneath what we should be doing at this point. You want to protect children? I mean, kids are getting murdered every day in gun violence, and here we are talking about this. I mean, I don't. There's a disconnect here. Maybe this polls well amongst the small, amongst the MAGA base or whatever, or maybe you can find ways to raise money of it. But this is not responsible legislating. This is a terrible thing to do at this point. And so let's get on with this. And again, let's get it over with, and hopefully the Senate doesn't take it up. And I trust the president would veto it if it ever reached his desk. But we should be about bringing people together, about promoting understanding and respect for everybody, for promoting the idea that everybody is worth something, everybody has dignity. And here we are dealing with this, which will promote bigotry and hate. And quite frankly, I think will result in more young people taking their lives. And I think that's a terrible, terrible thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to refocus what the bill is about. Chairwoman Fox was kind enough to read us the entire bill, and maybe Chairwoman, you could explain how the Biden administration's interpretation of Title IX runs contrary to the original intent of the law. And so we focus back on the law and what we're talking about.
Well, thank you very much, Congresswoman Fishback. If you give me just 1 second to deviate, and then I'll come back to your
Yes,
question.
absolutely.
I found the statistics. Title IX, since its enactment, female participation in sports has increased 1,057% at the high school level and 614% at the post-secondary level. go back to Dr. Burgess's question a moment. But to come back to your question, you know, it's very interesting to me that the biggest proponents of Title IX, when Title IX was put into place, and since it was put into place until very recently, were Democrats. Republicans supported it, I believe, but it was really, really pushed by Democrats. And yet here we are with the Democrat administration and Democrats in this body who are saying that it's not okay for women to be treated as equals. And so what the Biden administration has said is that no state can have a similar law. They are saying that states cannot do this. They are saying that the secretary might be able to make some exceptions to some rules and regulations that states want to put into place. I can't cite chapter and verse of the rule, but I'm summarizing it. But basically it says a state can't do what it is we have written into this bill, which is to define biological males and define biological females, and or say biological males cannot compete against biological females. So the rule that they have proposed, which has not yet gone into effect, would negate any kind of legislation like this at the state level.
Well,
And yet many states have already passed legislation like that.
well, Title IX seeks to create equal opportunity in the education
Correct.
system on the basis of sex, and yet allowing biological male participating in these activities runs directly contrary to that goal.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it creates an unlevel playing field where women are at a disadvantage in activities that were designed for them. And you agree with that. And I don't think we need to look very much further than the swimming results that you mentioned in your statements. But it is sad to hear about the women who are being forced into uncomfortable situations in the locker rooms, and having their hard work and their lifelong work and goals, mean nothing. Yes, this is important. This is important to those people being affected, those women being affected by the policies that are now taking over. And I do think we should show compassion to the females that are being hurt by this.
Absolutely. Our whole idea here in Congress is to prevent discrimination. And that's what Title IX was all about, because women and girls were being discriminated against. And that's what we're trying to see enforced, is fairness for women and girls and to prevent discrimination.
And Madam Chair, I absolutely want to see that fairness and that restored to these individuals. My heart goes out to the young lady, the swimmer, who was not only lost the title, but in addition to that was attacked at one of her speaking engagements. And so I appreciate the bill, and I look forward to supporting it on the floor. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We all did spend those 2 weeks at home. I spent a little longer because of my surgery, but I was still in contact with so many teachers and students and parents across my vast district. And we know that children in New Mexico and across this nation face so many unique and heartbreaking challenges. So when we walk through these amazing halls that we get to work in with the responsibility we have to keep all of our constituents safe, I am looking for those solutions to the problems we actually face. Chairwoman Fox, what is the leading cause of death for children under 18 in the United States?
Well, I've heard it said here today that it is gun violence.
Yes, indeed. Gun violence is the greatest cause of death for children under 18. More children die of gun violence than any other cause. And that to me is among the most urgent issues when it comes to making sure our kids are safe and cared for in our schools. Indeed, since Columbine, 349,000 children have suffered through gun violence in the schools, because it's not just the ones who die, it's not just the ones that have been shot and are recovering in a hospital, it's all of those who had to suffer through. If you have not read the stories of the young boy who played he was dead in Uvalde, if you have not heard those stories and recognized that something needs to be done. Chairwoman Fox, I think the one too many, you pointed out that one too many is too much. To me, 349,000 are too many. There were 46 school shootings last year, and those numbers are only rising. Chairwoman Fox, does this bill do anything to address the scourge of gun violence in our schools?
The intent of this bill has nothing to do with gun violence.
Thank
It's
you.
all about
Thank you.
treating women fairly.
Thank you. I would indeed say that last year, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That law helps provide resources to fight the mental health crisis amongst our youth. It was pointed to in several of my visits to the schools because it was going to attack a major issue facing our children. That law is an example of how Democrats and Republicans can work together with President Biden to actually help our kids. I really want to thank our Chairman Cole for having supported that bipartisan law. Representative Takano, thank you so much, Chairman Takano, for reading that passage of the governor. The idea that his goal, not understanding, in some ways maybe similar to Chairwoman Fox, as to what is really about with a transgender child. That was so moving, the fact that that governor just wanted to make sure that the children in his state stayed alive. Can you talk a little bit more about the impact that a law like this and other laws that are targeted, that are using trans children and trans people as targets in order to get people mad, in order to get people to pay money, to send in money to political campaigns? Tell us a little bit about what happens to the actual children when they see this kind of attack on who they are.
Well, there is, I think, obviously not among all Republicans, because the governor of Idaho is a Republican, the governor of Indiana is a Republican. So not all Republicans are engaging in extreme efforts, extremist efforts to target trans kids, to upend public education. But there has been political success in some parts of our country where some other governors, notably Governor DeSantis of Florida, has seen a political advantage in using and riding the wave of misunderstanding, of creating more fear among parents. Parents care a lot about their kids. We all know parents care about their kids. And it's not too hard with a person who sits in a place of leadership to manipulate those fears, to fan those fears to the detriment of a very, very vulnerable population that's not understood. And even my colleague, the chairwoman, claims not to even grant that trans people and trans young people exist. Simply don't exist. And therefore, it makes it easy for them to write a piece of legislation and have it purport to be about protecting girls and women. This bill does not protect girls and women. It does not increase opportunities for women to compete at the collegiate level or to win more scholarships, for women and girls to have equal playing fields, to have access to facilities and practice fields that are on par with what men have and what boys have, to have the same, to have parity in the kinds of sports teams, to have a girls and a sports team, girls and boys sports team. This bill does nothing to ameliorate the fact that, according to the Women's Sports Foundation, men and boys still have 1 million more opportunities than girls do. And I haven't seen the chairwoman or any Republican advance such legislation. Why are they saying that this bill achieves that purpose when its main purpose is to target a group of people that they don't even say exists? So that's an issue. So sports bans don't just negatively impact transgender and intersex athletes being targeted, but also the mental health of transgender and other LGBTQI youth more broadly. 85% of transgender and non-binary youth say that recent debates around anti-trans bills have negatively impacted their mental health. And Congresswoman, let me just say, I remember being a teenager in California when a state senator named John Briggs qualified for the ballot initiative known as the Briggs Initiative, which would have banned gay teachers or LGBT teachers from teaching in the schools. That debate affected me as somebody growing up, as someone being a teenager. And so I can completely understand how just this debate about transgender youth and sports, transgender, book banning, banning books that even mention them. I mean, this movement, this extremist movement doesn't even want kids to have access to books that tell them, that reveal their experience, the experience of who they are. It's not about converting them. It's not about making more trans kids or grooming them. It's about just having kids know that there's somebody who understands their experience. This debate, the kind of divisive debate we're having, is affecting the mental health of transgender kids and other LGBTQI youth.
Thank you very much. And, I've read reports that show that 29% of transgender youth have actually been threatened or injured with a weapon or on school property, compared to, 7%. Any bullying is wrong. But to see that multifold increase on transgender kids is really scary. And this kind of bill just gives more to that, especially if you have some of the intrusive needs to verify somebody's gender, right? And that's what you were talking about that we need to be worried about. One of the things that I think is very concerning, I don't know if you did read the recent article that came out in the New York Times of how a campaign against transgender rights mobilized conservatives. And that article, actually, they poll tested what would get people the most upset as some of the issues around equality seem to fade. Because now I think there is a general acceptance among many that you can get married, that we can have LGBTQ marriage equality, right? So that I think is, did you read that article?
I actually did read that article. And one of the things the article, one of the ideas that it put forward was the idea that the American people have generally moved on about gay, lesbian, and bisexual people. That there's been a greater acceptance, and that the so-called culture war over lesbian, gays, and bisexual people has generally been lost by the conservative right. I would say I know a lot of conservatives who embrace LGBT. I mean, it's not a liberal or conservative thing, but there is an extremist element of our country that is looking to capitalize politically to gain power based on America's, I think, less familiarity, the Americans' relatively less familiarization of trans people. I think over time, Americans are going to come to understand transgenderism, and they're people who have put forward bills like this either will be ashamed or history will look very unkindly on this very ugly episode in our history.
Right, same as LGBTQ. These are children who are children. There are children, there are our cousins, there are brothers. They are part of who we are. We cannot deny them as they are. We cannot deny their existence and their ability to be able to play sports, to be able to, I mean, I read one of the articles in fact, I think I was involved in this, in the Supreme Court case, in the case where it's like, that child was actually very bad at sports, but it was somewhere where she was able to participate with her friends and participate in those school activities. Chairman Cole, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the April 16, 2023 New York Times article, "How a Campaign Against Transgender Rights Mobilized Conservatives."
Without objection.
And I think the other point that you were making, Representative Takano, was with regards to who is mad about this. And that I have looked at the writings and the statements of women's organizations, women in sports organizations. There is a long list of women who are in sports who oppose this law. Chairman Cole, I would like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record statement of women's rights and gender justice organizations in support of full and equal access to participation in athletics for transgender people.
Without objection.
So can you speak a little bit more on where the position is of women in sports on this issue?
Well, there are notable sports figures who have taken, I think, a position of fear. And there are a great many more women, accomplished sports figures, who are very supportive of transgender women and girls participating in sports. It should be pointed out at the elite level, at the Olympic level and intercollegiate sports level, transgender women have been welcomed into competition. This bill, the proponents of this bill, are seeking to use one very notable instance of controversy to ban participation of all trans students across the country. And the ironic thing, the moral panic, the panic of unfairness that's been created by that one instance at the intercollegiate level in swimming, this bill would do nothing to address. This bill would use the federal leverage of denial of funding to insist that schools ban all transgender students from participating. That is the egregious thing of this bill.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Fox, thank you very much for your support of Title IX. I think I kind of missed Title IX. It didn't make it to my little town in northern New Mexico. They took a while to get on. So I didn't, it wasn't until I could play softball here with the Congressional Women's Softball Club that I was able to pick up a bat and catch a ball. But we heard about the fact that there are such inequities. Representative Takano went through them. Does this bill actually address any of those inequities, like resource facility, equipment inequities, budget cuts, any of those? Does this bill do anything about that?
As I mentioned earlier, Title IX has been in existence for 50 years as of last year. And so my belief is that where there were dramatic inequities, that those have been taken care of. Otherwise, people would have been filing lawsuits under Title IX and seeking redress. I just want to say this bill doesn't deny anyone an opportunity to participate in sports. In fact, it protects the equal opportunity of girls and women to participate in athletics. So this supports Title IX.
Thank you, Madam
This
Chairwoman.
supports Title IX.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I think there is still, and part of what has been entered into the record talks about the inequities. So Title IX isn't quite perfect yet. And yes, there have been efforts to increase it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a couple of things that I want to correct here that I've heard said already. First, I want to give Chairwoman Fox a chance to respond to something that Mr. Takano said, but I want to give Mr. Takano a chance to say it again. You claimed, I believe, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'll let you say what you said, that Chairwoman Fox believes that biological men who identify as women don't exist. Is that correct, that she's denying their existence?
She has stated that she doesn't know what trans is.
But you said,
And she doesn't want to address the rights of trans girls and women or trans people in general. And we can get further into
no, I'm not
the weeds,
asking about the rights. It's not the rights that you called into question, I believe. You said that she said these people don't exist. You said that. We can go back.
She said, what I heard her say is, I don't know anything about trans people. I don't know what that means.
No, but let me, and we could, I'll apologize later if I'm mischaracterizing
Sure.
what you said, but you used the word exist. You said that she says they don't exist. I believe she's not calling into question their existence. She's calling into question this fantasy that they could change their sex.
Correct.
Do you want to clarify?
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're exactly right. I do not deny the existence of people who say they are biologically one sex, but identify as another. Certainly, there are people in this country who say that. My point was, one cannot change one's biological sex. It has not been found to be possible. I used to teach sociology. Back in the 70s and 80s, one of the books that I put on the list for my students to read was a book called Conundrum. It was actually about a male who had grown up as a male, who later in life decided he was going to identify as a female. So I've been familiar with this phenomenon since way before many other people were familiar with them. I add that book as one of the books my students could read in a marriage and the family class, because I thought it was an issue that would be good for them to understand or to be familiar with. I'll go back to what I said to begin with, Mr. Massey, and thank you for asking the question. I do not believe it is possible for a person to change one's biological sex.
Let me ask.
And so when I said I don't understand what you mean by transgender, what I mean is, how does one go from one gender to another? You might change the way you behave, but you cannot change your biological sex.
Mr. Takano, are there biological differences between men and women that are immutable, unchangeable?
Well, there are biological sex characteristics, and we also know that there are intersex individuals whose biological characteristics are ambiguous, and who were assigned a particular sex by a medical practitioner. And some of these individuals have grown up experiencing themselves contrary to the assigned sex that was given by the medical professional when they were born. So we know that exists. And we also know
Those cases do exist, but I think it obfuscates the discussion we're having here now.
No, I don't think.
So let me re-ask the question.
Well, let me.
Because I think you agree with Ms. Fox. You said that there are biological characteristics that are different between men and women that are immutable.
Well, there's also the aspect.
Do you agree with that?
Wait a minute, Mr. Massey.
Okay.
Mr. Massey,
and then I'll ask the question again.
Let me finish. There are also cases where people are born with the sex characteristics are male or female, but whose interiority, whose experience is contrary to that. And that's not necessarily something, the chairwoman implied that that was a choice. That is also of an entire biological system, something that presents itself. So that I wouldn't say that sums up everything, but I would say in a very simple way, there are people who are born with the sexual characteristics of one sex, but who then experience themselves as the opposite, as the
Do you
contrary.
agree that,
And that's not a matter of choice.
I'll let you filibuster.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Do you agree that there are biological differences that are immutable between men and women,
There are biological differences.
like their chromosomes, for instance?
There are biological differences.
Okay. So that's, I mean, maybe it's a matter of degree, but to some degree, you agree with Representative Fox, Chairwoman Fox, that you can't change your biological sex. You could change your appearance, you could, but you can't change your biological
I think
sex.
I can't, I'm not transgender, so I can't, but if I were to speak for them, I would say that a transgender person, might say that it's not about them changing their sex, it's about being who they are.
But the bill speaks just of their sex, their biological sex, not how they identify.
We're talking about the totality of a person.
Why do
And as the governor of Utah said, he struggles to understand it, but in that struggle, he would err on the side of compassion and understanding.
Chairwoman Fox doesn't seem to struggle much with this. Why do we have two different categories of sports leagues? Why do we even separate them by male and female?
Well, in California and many other states, not just California, so it's not just a California thing, but wrestling, for example, is not divided among, there's not a girls team or a boys team. Girls will compete according to weight class, and I've seen girls compete in wrestling tournaments against boys. This is not about, so this law is about the inclusion of trans girls and trans women, but
Wouldn't that
in this
solve it
case,
all? Just get rid of the different leagues?
well, Mr. Massey, this is an interesting question. I wish that we would have had a hearing to explore all these different kinds of situations. But this bill would categorically ban trans girls and trans women from sports, which is contrary to allowing states and localities figure out on a sport by sport, case by case basis, is what the NCAA and the Olympic Committee have admitted women and women athletes for many, many years now. They have metrics, scientific metrics they use to sort of evaluate the fairness of competition. This is something, I'm saying this is, you of all people should.
Yeah, let me ask you that. Let me ask you that, because you did touch on something. There's a libertarian case to be made that the Department of Education shouldn't exist, and that Title IX shouldn't exist, and it should all be left up to the states and localities. Are you making that argument against this bill? Are you saying that the federal government should not be involved?
Well, I think very, very good, Mr. Massey.
Because you could compel me with that argument.
Very, very, very interesting. But Title IX is not gender specific. It just says there shall be no discrimination on the basis of sex. And I celebrate the fact that Chairwoman Fox has noted the tremendous progress that women and girls have made in terms of sports participation. But we're nowhere near a level of parity of women and girls. And what I have not seen, I as a Democrat and would have preferred to have seen legislation which addressed the disparity rather than crafting or amending Title IX to specifically circumscribe girls and women, trans girls.
Let me ask where we started before we went down this path. Why do we have two different categories? Why was a separate category created for women?
There was no separate
in
category.
leagues. No, I mean, in sports. For instance, I have a relative who's female who got a tennis scholarship. She went to a college where it was dominated by the football team.
Yes.
And there were many males there. Why did they create categories of sports or leagues that are female exclusively? Why did they exist?
Well, they exist for giving women opportunities to.
Can't they have those opportunities in the male leagues?
They often do on a sport by sport basis. I cited wrestling as an example.
So
if a girl, there's not a girls tackle football team.
Why not?
The expense of it. I'm glad you asked the question. That should be a question we deal with.
Shouldn't we just tell them
I
all
think we
just
should
play
have
football with the guys?
I think we should have a hearing. They do in California. If you want to compete, if a girl wants to compete on the boys football team because of Title IX, they have a right to, because there's not a girls tackle football team. But this should be explored in a committee. We should have a hearing on this exact topic.
I think many years ago, the answer to girls who wanted to play sports was suit up and get in there and mix it up with the males. And what we found out is that doesn't really work out well for the females. In a lot of sports, there are sports where females may excel a bit more so than males, but not in a lot of these.
Well, Ms. Massey,
So if you're making the case, and I'll let you speak here in a second, but it almost sounds like that's where we're going with this. And it's troubling to me and a lot of females. Let me get to the other thing that I think was mischaracterized here. I wasn't going to bring up the politics today, but the other side brought up the politics of this and claimed that this riles up the right-wing base, that somehow there's an electoral advantage to be had by playing to the right-wing base here. The reality is the people who are most concerned about this are moms, are women who are more moderate or maybe not even politically affiliated because they don't want their daughters being denied opportunities. They don't want their daughters in the same restrooms as the boys. And so it's not about, like, the politics of this is not about riling up the base. In fact, if you go look at the demographics, was mentioned, and I wouldn't have brought up this name, but it was already brought up, so I'll bring it up. Governor Ron DeSantis won in a landslide in Florida on this issue, not by riling up the base, but because more so than ever, you had Democrats who voted for him and independents who voted for him, more so than in other races, typically in Florida. He did not get a 20-point victory by riling up the base over wokeism. He got a 20-point victory by expressing common sense attitudes that moderates and independents hold.
And
So-
my understanding is that he won in 2016 because of Black mothers who believe in school choice. And he won by about 40,000
Massey, if I
votes
could-
because those parents want school choice. And so I think you make an excellent point. And if you hear over and over again, Mr. Massey, the word extremist, 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 that's all the other side can talk about. Extremist efforts to target trans kids. And I read the bill, and there's nothing in this bill to target trans kids or to ban books.
Mr.
There's
Massey,
nothing in here.
if I could,
to do that.
if I could address.
Let me ask you.
If I could address.
I'm going to move on because
Okay.
everybody
Okay.
wanted to be done by 7, and I'm already, I think, inspiring the ire of my colleagues who want to get done soon, but or in time just to do other things, like vote. Do you believe that biological men should be able to compete for scholarships, women's scholarships, if they so much as identify as a woman?
Well, I think trans women, we should start from the premise of inclusivity, because you're avoiding the use of trans women. You want to put forward your terms and proceed on a debate. But I will say that there are trans women. I do think that the International Olympic Committee and the NCAA have accepted trans women on a sport by sport, case by case basis. Okay? That's existed for many years, and we've only had a handful of cases where this issue of fair or unfair competition has become an issue. So it's not, so it's not been,
Respond.
it's not been
If
an
I
issue.
phrase the question using your vernacular.
Yeah.
Should trans women be able to compete for women's scholarships?
As a general rule, the answer is yes, but I think there ought to be accommodations.
Let me ask
There
another
ought to-
question.
Well, there ought to be,
Which, yep, let me ask a few more questions.
there
and
ought
then
to
the
be
other side-
accommodations, there ought to be accommodations.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, I'm trying to be polite.
no, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to, I think we ought to allow the witness to answer the question.
Well,
I mean, okay.
gentlemen,
I get it, but out of courtesy,
Take a minute
out
or
of
two to
courtesy,
answer the question.
out of decorum and courtesy, I think it's appropriate to let him answer the
The gentleman
question.
can
If you want to be
certainly-
rude, you don't have to.
gentlemen is certainly can raise the point. Opinion of the chair, I did not see any rudeness going on here, nor have I seen any lack of ability of people to participate in the discussion.
Well, we,
So
Be
if-
as generous as
if-
possible.
if
So
you
the
have
two-
been, sir, you have been.
If I may finish?
I appreciate the give and take.
May I finish?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So just give yourself a little more time, but again, I did not detect an acrimonious exchange or
wasn't.
anybody being rude to anybody in this exchange. So with that, I'll return the time to the gentleman.
And I yield to Mr. Takaya.
Well, so we don't have a single example of a trans woman getting a scholarship in the first place. All right, but you're raising a hypothetical. Would I? We should really focus on increasing scholarship opportunities for all women. As I said, the issue is 1 million more opportunities for men than women right now. So the real issue is how do we increase opportunities for all women? So far, this hypothetical you've mentioned has not presented itself in reality of a transgender or a trans woman winning an athletic scholarship. We've not seen that happen. And in the
But you wouldn't be against it.
on a case-by-case basis, we have to, I think, evaluate the situation in the way that the NCAA and the IOC do now.
I mean, is anything more required of a trans woman than to say she's a trans woman?
Well, I think.
Are you putting conditions like you got to be a real trans woman to get a woman's scholarship? Or I mean, I want to give you a chance to say, what's the line?
Again, this is something that I think we should have done in a more robust committee hearing with trans people present, with trans experts, with the experience of athletic directors, the International Olympic Committee folks, the NCAA. We could have had a far more robust discussion than coming to this place. And where we arrived at is a complete and total ban, which is what 2 Republican governors have rejected after careful consideration. That's my concern. And you as a libertarian with a deep suspicion of government overreach and government powers, this is a bill that ought to be antithetical to, I think, your beliefs.
Well, if you want to co-sponsor my bill to eliminate the Department of Education, feel free to join me. I'll yield. There are more questions, and I love the dialogue, but I'm going to yield back to the chair.
I appreciate the respect, mutual respect we have for one another. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you so much. I find myself in a position of agreeing with Mr. Massey, rare though it may be, that we do need to consider the moms and the dads who are concerned that their daughters will be denied the opportunity to participate in sports, just as we need to consider the concerns of the parents of trans girls and women who want their daughters to be able to participate in sports. Look, I represent a region, Philadelphia, that is more than a little sports mad. And we have the props to deal with it, of course, with Super Bowls and all that. But I also come from a family that values participation in sports. My husband, my daughter, and I have all participated in organizations that provide sports-based youth development, not to create the next Olympian or the next NCAA star, but so that kids can get the opportunity to develop skills like teamwork and resilience and grit. And the law firm that I used to work at represented the U.S. women's soccer team, the U.S. women's ice hockey team in their quests for equitable treatment and pay, as well as representing other amateur athletes who'd been subject to discrimination or harassment of various sorts. So I am all in on the benefits of sports for our young people. And I think that should be provided as widely as possible. I find it really perverse that we're talking about the great benefits that have been provided by Title IX when that was all about expanded access to participation in sports. And this bill is going to deny access to participation in sports. So I just can't get behind this bill. I think it is a grotesque overreach, particularly in the competitive field when we already have the IOC and the NCAA and these other places that are dealing with the issues in competitive sports, just as we do, say, with wrestling or boxing. We have weight classes. I mean, there's all kinds of distinctions in sports that can be worked out when it's needed. So I do think this is an unnecessary injection. I find the constant specter that we've heard raised over the last couple of years here, the idea that somehow, some strapping young man is going to put on a skirt so he can get a scholarship, that really is just beyond belief. Was there anything else you wanted to add, Mr. Takano?
Hey, I'll just respond. Mr. Massey, I mean, you did focus on on the issue about what my referral to stoking up the base. And I note your observation that suburban moms were concerned about the opportunity that their girls would have. And that's a very real concern. I don't want to belittle that. But I'm also saying, what I also want to say in response to that is that it's the misunderstanding, this notion that a strapping male, so-called male athlete with all these physical advantages is going to put on a skirt or claim transgender identity in order to win at sports. I mean, it is a ridiculous notion that people are going to clamor to claim a different gender identity for this purpose, given how much transgender people, how much discrimination they face, how much harassment and bullying. And yes, they are often the focus of death. They are among the most vulnerable minority in our country. And for somebody to be claiming a different gender identity in order to become a collegiate athlete or win at that is a rather, I just think that is a very, very minute possibility. Is it possible? Yes, but highly, highly unlikely that people are going to step forward to do that. And so I think as we kind of knock down these misconceptions about trans people, I think its saliency among very concerned mothers is going to diminish and fall away. And again, people will look back at this moment of fear and false moral panic being created as a very ugly time. And people will be ashamed that they were taken in by these very fear-mongering arguments and ideations.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for questions.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Roy's got to be at another meeting. Could you skip over me and go with him?
I certainly will. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I think gentleman from South Carolina. Just a few questions. I'd associate myself with the line of questioning by my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey. But just, a couple of observations. The idea that this isn't having a dramatic and real impact on girls and women in sports right now is just ignoring truth. You've got a young lady in Connecticut who was the fastest girl in Connecticut, and then male transgender athletes were allowed to compete and beat her. This girl saying, I lost 4 women's state championship titles, 2 all New England awards, and numerous other spots on the podium to male runners. Now, I'm not there doing a test to the relative level of maleness of whoever it was running against this young lady, but it's a thing. This is happening. I mean, Riley Gaines didn't just make it up. We actually have eyes. We can actually look at the screen and see Leah Thomas and go, well, that was a guy. And then that guy's swimming against Riley Gaines. Riley Gaines competed her whole life, and now Riley Gaines didn't get a chance to win the trophy. That happened. We know it happened. We saw it happen. Anybody watching ESPN and all of their doting over the awesomeness of all of this knows that it happened. We saw it, in fact. It's not made up. It's not manufactured. It's not manufactured when you've got a significant difference between men and women, not just in stature or height or whatever, but things like often having average larger hearts, larger lungs, 12% higher concentration of hemoglobin, which helps transport oxygen to the blood, higher levels of testosterone, typically greater muscle mass on average. These things are just general biological average facts. And so then you get questions. Should the female athletes get to dope in order to compete against the formerly male, sort of still male, now male transgender athlete? Should the female athlete then get to dope and alter her hemoglobin? Like, this is not manufactured. These are real issues. And you have a real situation where you've got parents concerned not just about that, which was the whole purpose of Title IX, to the various questioning of my friend from Kentucky, and into which we had an actual robust debate here about whether or not maybe Title IX should be brought into question in light of the current situation. But there's also the question of parents. This dad writing here, my daughter is forced to play and shower with 4 boys on her high school sports team. She is silenced. I, the father, said, I will not be. There are other examples of parents who have engaged to say, wait a second, should my daughter, I have a 12-year-old daughter, should my daughter be forced to change in a bathroom with a biological man? In whatever degree of trans that individual is. I wonder what the chairwoman thinks about that.
But I don't know what Mr. Chacon thinks. Should biological girls be forced to go into showers with biological men?
Mr. John, I'll ask that question as well. Ranking member.
Well, regarding bathroom facilities, locker room facilities, I think these are, regarding the use of which facilities, that's an entirely different matter than what this bill is addressing. My objection to this bill, I want to bring it back to this bill, is a blanket prohibition on trans girls and trans women being able to participate in sports under the threat of the federal government withholding funding. And Mr. Roy, you brought up this example of an elite swimming competition. This bill would not solve the complexities around that issue. I want to remind you that the NCAA, which is the governing sort of the competitive governing body, has its own rules for when transgender people can participate in sports consistent with their gender identity. It has been doing this for decades, as well as the International Olympic Committee. They have accepted transgender athletic competitors, as I said, for decades. This is outside of the scope of government. So but that is being marshaled as an argument for why Title IX is now going to be refashioned through this amendment to ban categorically the participation of transgender girls and boys in sports. That is the core of my objection. Transgender bathrooms and transgender locker rooms, that's another subject to be taken up, and it's kind of extraneous and really not germane to this debate.
So to clarify, you do believe that biological males should be able to use the bathrooms in which our young women are changing and using to participate in sports or otherwise?
Well, being able to access facilities consistent with one's gender identity is critical to the well-being of transgender people. Being unable to go to the restroom or locker rooms consistent with your identity undermines your ability to perform normal daily activities. Arguments that providing transgender people access to facilities consistent with their gender identity will undermine women's safety. Making that argument is really not have any basis in reality. Laws like Title IX, which protect LGBTQI plus people from discrimination, do not authorize anyone to engage in abusive or harassing behavior. So Title IX does not provide a cloak for that kind of behavior. If someone commits an assault, there are criminal laws to punish them. If someone harasses another person, there are laws to punish them. Over 300 domestic violence and sexual assault organizations, including the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Center on Domestic and Sexual Violence, and the National Center for Victims of Crime, have signed onto a national consensus statement of anti-sexual assault and domestic violence organizations in support of full and equal access for the transgender community. And as these groups have noted, non-discrimination laws do not allow men to go into women's restrooms, period. The claim that allowing transgender people to use the facilities that match the gender they live every day allows men into women's bathrooms or women into men's bathrooms is based either on a flawed understanding of what it means to be transgender or a misrepresentation of the law. And as these groups have further noted, non-discrimination laws protecting transgender people have existed for a long time. And in some cases, these protections have been in place for decades. These laws have protected people from discrimination without creating harm. And none of these jurisdictions have seen a rise in sexual violence or public safety issues due to non-discrimination laws. Assaulting another person in a restroom or changing room remains against the law in every single state.
So yes. So yes.
A transgender person should be able to access facilities consistent with their gender identity.
If their identity, so if they're a biological male and they have the reproductive organs of biological male, they should be able to use the facilities that a biological female
Let's be
competing
clear.
under Title IX and in female
Let's be clear
sports
that men cannot access women's restrooms or facilities. A transgender person should be able to access facilities of the gender that they identify with.
So the answer is yes. So just one last point on this. Going back to the Connecticut example, just in Connecticut in the past several years, this 2 male athletes have taken more than 80 sports opportunities from girls. Chelsea Mitchell was the one I mentioned before, who ran for Canton High School, lost 4 state championships, 2 all New England awards. And her quote was this: "It tells me that I'm not good enough, that my body isn't good enough, and that no matter how hard I work, I'm unlikely to succeed because I'm a woman." So is that what we think is the proper result of allowing biological males to compete against biological females in competitive sports? That a female athlete is left unable to compete in that case?
Well, look, the actual experience of both the cisgender and transgender athletes in this case that you mentioned in Connecticut prove how disconnected the claims that transgender inclusion will eliminate women's sports and women athletic scholarships actually are from reality. Chelsea Mitchell, one of the cisgender plaintiffs in the Connecticut case, defeated Terry Miller, one of the transgender athletes, in a Connecticut state championship just 2 days after her lawsuit was filed. All 4 cisgender plaintiffs received scholarships to run track in college. And there are currently, and 3 are currently part of NCAA Division I track and field programs. The 2 transgender athletes were not offered any scholarships. And we don't know of any examples of cisgender women athletes losing scholarships to transgender women athletes. Scholarships are awarded on a variety of factors, including athletic potential, team fit, academic standards, and more, not performance in a single game or competition. And this is just another argument to pit women against each other.
So
Leading justice in women's sports organizations, including the Women's Sports Foundation, the National Women's Law Center, support the inclusion of trans, intersex, and non-binary students in sports and oppose this bill. And rather than pitting women against each other, we should be working to expand opportunities for all girls and women, opportunities that are severely limited compared to opportunities available to boys and men. Mr. Roy, I've cited a statistic that the Women's Sports Foundation has said and declared that men and boys have 1 million more opportunities than girls and women.
yeah,
That ought to be our focus.
right.
I hope that you and I could get on, an effort to expand opportunities instead of a false panic over the fact that over what you claim are trans athletes displacing cisgendered athletes. It's simply not true.
So that was another, I think, 3-minute yes, where, that doesn't really do a whole hell of a lot for Chelsea, who was on the outside looking in for trophies. And I would just say these associations, I mean, whatever, the American Pediatric Association for sticking, our little babies with COVID shots. So I'm not really all that wound up about what associations think. I yield back.
Chairman, would you skip over me? Ashley's got a press conference.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Dr. Fox and Representative Takano, thank you for coming to testify before us today. We appreciate your time. I'm a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, and we had a robust hearing on this bill. I'm glad we're discussing this important issue today. I'm going to start out by saying something I never thought I would have to say in the Rules Committee or anywhere in Congress for that matter, but here it is. Women and men are different. That's not meant to be controversial. It's not mean-spirited. It's not outlandish or anything other than a factual statement. But perhaps I can be a little more specific. Women and men are physically different. Biological males do have competitive advantages related to size, height, and muscle mass. Women and men have different physical characteristics, and that is okay. But this is why Title IX exists, to ensure that despite these differences, women and men have the same opportunities in competition and for scholarship. Here are just some statistics for us to consider. Specifically in the context of athletics, one study coming from the Duke University School of Law's Center for Sports Law and Policy notes the various differences between male and female athletes leads to a 10 to 12% performance gap between the sexes in athletic competition. Dr. Fox, I'd like to ask a simple question. If women and men are different, as this study suggests, other studies in common sense also suggest, is it unfair to allow biological men to compete in women's sports? Yes. Of course it is. That was a quick answer. I've seen the real effects of this. My 2 daughters are swimmers. And if they had to compete against biological males, which they have not yet, they would be outperformed by their male counterparts. I've seen the real effect of this in one swimmer named Riley Gaines. We've talked about her a little bit tonight. I actually spoke with her Friday about her experiences competing against a biological male. She was candid in her response, but respectful. And I'd like to read a little bit from her statement. She says, in her own words, in addition to being forced to give up our awards, our titles, our opportunities, the NCAA forced female swimmers to share a locker room with Leah Thomas, a 6'4", 22-year-old male equipped with and exposing male genitalia. We were not asked for our consent, and we did not give our consent. Unfortunately, my experience is not unique, and that's why I ask you to please pass HR 734. The number of female athletes who've been denied opportunities, traumatized, or hurt by policies that claim to promote inclusion is growing at an alarming rate. This is simply unacceptable, and the integrity of women's sports is eroding. Mr. Chairman, I would like unanimous consent to add this to the record.
Without objection.
So a couple of things I'd like to point out. Female fighter in the MMA fought against transgender MMA fighter Fallon Fox. This took place in 2014. Fallon Fox beat her female opponent, Tamika Brent, so severely she suffered a broken skull. In addition, there have been studies to show that in soccer, for instance, women are more susceptible to concussions than their male counterparts. Forbes magazine did an article that quotes exactly why women seem more vulnerable to these injuries remains largely unknown. Several theories, some biological and others cultural. Biologically, sex differences in neck musculature seem to be the most common explanation. Young women have less developed neck muscles than their male counterparts, and strong necks in men means the head doesn't move quite as much when there's an impact. It would simply be dangerous to put men, biological men, in many of these women's sports. And then in addition to that, it is just fundamentally unfair. Allowing biological males to compete against female athletes is not progress. It takes away opportunities for females in sports. It brings me to questions like, what about biological females on the team? What about other women on the team? Who will stand for them? And I'm proud of Riley Gaines for standing for those women, and I will stand with them too. I think the Democrats want us to believe that there is no difference, that it should just be, as we've heard today, that biological men should be in locker rooms with biological women. As a parent, I don't think it has to necessarily be either or. We've heard leaders in this industry talk about open classes. Why we're forcing this issue on our young women in an uncompetitive way makes absolutely no sense to me. This bill couldn't be more important to our young female athletes. I will stand with our young female athletes, our student athletes, to protect them. I'm proud to be a supporter of this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
I'm going to try again. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I too can't believe we're sitting here with all the problems this country faces brought on by this administration, with the issues with border crossings, and it's been brought up about the deaths of mentally ill, those who kill children that are mentally ill. Look at those who have killed crossing because they have an open border. Look at the rapes that are occurring. And here we are talking about, is a biological man, should he be allowed to compete with biological women? Mr. Takano, help me understand now, is your definition of a transgender that person who gets a sex change operation? Or is it just about that person who identifies?
No, sir. Not all. I don't know the relative numbers of transgender individuals who get a gender confirmation surgery. No, that's not necessarily a definition of someone who's transgender who physically alters, their biological characteristics. I think maybe a simplest way to maybe describe what a transgender person is somebody who is born with biological characteristics of one gender, but experience themselves as being of another gender. And I don't believe that these folks see this as a matter of choice. It's something I think akin to what a gay person feels or a lesbian when they see that they have attractions to the same sex, right?
So you could,
It's an interior subjective experience that is not something that's completely chosen.
but as it relates to this, if you identify as a female, not having the sex change operations, but if you identify as a female, you ought to be able, biological man ought to be able to play in a biological female sport.
Well, the short answer is yes, somebody who is
Okay,
trans.
that's all.
Someone who is trans, but understand, Mr. Norman, the idea that people would do this in order to take advantage of biological advantages, I think is just not correct. It's not true. And if you were to see some trans girls or some trans girls participate in the sports, I think for the most part you would see that they're girls, pretty much girls.
Should Mike Tyson, have you heard of him?
Yes, I have.
If he identifies as a female, should he be allowed to box?
Well, look, again.
No, that's a very simple question, because you said yes, that if he identifies, should he be allowed to enter a boxing match with a biological female?
Well, I think there's room for, as the NAACA and the IOC, they've accepted trans women as athletes for many years on a sport-by-sport, case-by-case basis. It's not an absolute, it's not an absolute inclusion.
But the answer is yes. If he identifies, he ought to be able to
No,
box.
I didn't say that.
Earlier, you said if he had,
well,
let me
look,
just ask you this. I thought earlier you said if you identify that, yes, that qualifies
what
you.
it has, what it had to do with the question I think you're referring to is over facilities and
No.
bathrooms, about
Participation.
if they identify, if they want to participate. So if you want a trans girl, a trans woman, if that's what you identify as, I believe you should have the opportunity to participate in the sport that's consistent with your gender. You should be able, a trans girl needs to be able to
She
participate.
identifies as I'm asking, if she identifies as a female,
Yes.
if she
But
identifies as a male, she ought to be able to compete.
Yeah. Well, look, the example you brought up of Mike Tyson, that brings up this image of this extraordinary athlete, highly developed musculature, but the idea that males, that trans women, that's who trans women are, or trans girls for that matter, are these human beings that are going to take advantage of their biological advantages. I think that's a misconception about participation.
Have you looked at pictures of Leah Thomas?
I have.
As compared, is he obviously a male or is he a female?
I have. Well, I want to just remind you that this bill is not about most
that.
elite competitions. It's about K-12 and college students. And what this bill does, it's a blanket ban over all participation of trans girls and women.
Okay.
So this issue of elite, we're arguing about, we're discussing elite competitions. And that, I'm telling you, is something that can be, is already being dealt with and doesn't need the government, does not, I mean, I respect you, Ms. Norman. You have a defined philosophy about limitation of government. And I'm telling you that what this bill does, it doesn't, one, solve the problem of elite competition and the potential unfairness that may ensue. But what it does do is it eliminates the opportunity for trans kids to connect and be part of a community.
But Mark, I think you, Ms. Fox, I'll get right with you. I think what you're saying is, If, take Mike Tyson, take any athlete, if he's male, biological male, that he can identify and then compete, which that's staggering that you're saying something like that.
Would the
Because roll the
gentleman-
clock back.
Well,
Would the
Mr. Norman, if I could
gentleman
just,
yield
if I could just.
Quick
here-
question.
Okay, go ahead.
Would the gentleman yield for, are we talking about Mike Tyson, whether or not he identifies as a female, continuing to compete as a heavyweight? Because this is one of, there's a classification there, so he would be competing as a heavyweight boxer.
I'm saying if there's a women's boxing team that he qualifies for the weight, he can identify, as I think what Mark says, he can identify as a female and compete. But what is staggering is roll the clock back to a Mike Tyson when he was 12 years old. The stature hadn't changed. He was a biological man. But I think what Mr. Takano's saying is he can identify even when he was 12 and enter a female's bathroom, and which is staggering to me. I don't know if you've talked to Riley Gaines as I have, when you had Leah Thomas assaulting females, you could see his male genitalia. You could see that, and he was assaulting young women. She's on the record with that.
Assault is not something that I would permit. Assault is something that I would hope a prosecutor would prosecute. And if there's evidence that there was an assault, there should be a prosecution for that assault. That should not be permitted.
Does that facilitate assault? Letting a biological man go into a biological female's bathroom?
What I would say is a trans person, someone who is trans, who identifies, they should be able to use the facilities that they identify with. But I want to go back and address this notion of Mike Tyson. Here again, we're talking about elite competition, and that's its own discussion, which this bill doesn't solve or address. What it does do is it eliminates the ability of teens to be able to participate in sports. I just remind you, Mr. Norman, in many states, wrestling competition is not separated. They don't have in many states a girls wrestling team or a boys wrestling team. The girls just compete with the guys according to weight class.
It's like Mr. Massey said, I think you're in favor of just doing away with male, female, let everybody compete, have a free for all.
Well, that's not true. It's not true. I'm in favor of increasing the opportunities for women and girls generally, that there's 1 million more opportunities for men and boys than there are for women and girls. And that's the problem that we need to be focused on, not the minute number of trans kids that want to participate in sports. And we shouldn't be stigmatizing or isolating them out. And I know it's that you're a religious man, and that you would believe that we would not want to ostracize or subject people to bullying, or even higher rates of suicidality. That's just wrong.
Correct. I agree with you. Ms.
Yeah,
Fox.
thank you.
Well, I would just say that I've not heard the number that there are 1 million more opportunities for men than women or girls in sports. I don't understand why, for the past 4 years with the Democrats in the majority, they didn't do something about this. If this was such a big concern, or is such a big concern, they had an opportunity to do something about this. And not once have I heard this mentioned in the last 4 years. Not once. The other thing I'd mention, and I agree with Mr. Roy when he brought up his lack of respect for the associations. As far as I know, the NCAA and the IOC did nothing to help women advance in sports before Title IX. Not one thing did they ever do to lift a finger to help women and girls advance in sports. When Title IX was passed, then I think they got on board. But I think that bringing these things up about 1 million more opportunities for men, wow, if that exists, This is the first I've heard about it as a member of the committee. I'm surprised that there wasn't a hearing on this while the Democrats were in the majority, and they didn't say, well, we have to do more for Title IX. Suddenly, why aren't we doing more for women? It's just exactly, it seems to me, the opposite, is if biological males are allowed to compete with biological females, what's going to eventually happen, as somebody else mentioned, we're going backwards. We're going to erase women in sports because biological males will take advantage of this opportunity, I believe.
I'm glad you mentioned that. It happened with Riley Gaines.
Exactly,
happened.
it did.
She won the race. It happened. And I don't know, evidently he identified as a female and he won the race. You look at him, he's a biological male. End of story.
Well, I find it kind of interesting that for 3 years, he was a mediocre
400
member of the team.
You know what he ranked when he competed?